Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in the typical GTBank style, good morning, everyone. I'm having a wonderful time this morning. I'm trusting you are also. Phil Collins' song, that's our theme song, Find a Way Into My Heart. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, I want to welcome you all this morning to the GTBank 3rd Annual Autism Workshop and Consultation. There's a way we do it. I'd want you to rise this morning. There are a few people around you, some you don't know from anywhere. Just shake hands with somebody, and that warm Ghanaian hospitality, just say Akwaba to that person. Yes, that's the spirit of GTBank. Oh yes, and I can see you rise. That special Akwaba, let that person feel welcome. Yes, it could be a parent, it could be a caregiver, it could be that wonderful person. And yes, if you have issues, wow. And I like the spirit already. Some hugging our young angels. That is the way it goes. You're all welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Really a delight to have you here in this plush auditorium. Wow. Today we get to discuss a spectrum of possibilities. Yes, I always say, and anytime I encounter them, I say, they are just simply awesome. You need to just know, follow them closely, and you would see the skill that they offer. This morning, I won't take much of your time. My name is Kweku Tsimin. I'm a TV news presenter. For most of you who have followed me, I have been on TV the last 15 years, delivering news to you. Today, with your humble permission, I'd want to be your MC for the occasion. If you'd allow me, just wave at me. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. All right, so there are several dignitaries gathered here. I don't feel qualified to be the one introducing all of them. Word hazard, I'll come back and introduce a few of them. But this morning I have a special figure, a special person. She gels with communication so much. She has the vibe, and she knows how to move, especially when it's about GTBank. Ladies and gentlemen, help me with a round of applause. Welcome, Lady Agnes Owusu Afram. She is Divisional Head, Corporate Communications and Experience. And I want to spot her in the crowd. Where is she? Oh, let's do it better for her. Oh, you've got the vibe. You gotta give it to them.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you very much for an invitation this morning. It's my singular honor to welcome you all to the 2024 GTBank Ghana Autism Workshop and Consultations. This event has been specially curated for all our persons living with autism, their families, and caregivers. Today's workshop is the 3rd edition for GTBank Ghana, and it comes on the back of a very successful event last year where we had hundreds of participants joining us for this workshop, and over 250 families coming to see our specialists one-on-one. We would like to thank everyone here who came through last year and could not have done this without you. This morning we are here for another important session, and I believe it will be nothing short of a transformative and impactful one. I'd like to introduce you to the astute people who are supporting us to make this year's program a success. Our keynote speaker for the 2024 GTBank Autism Workshop, who is ably representing the Minister of Health, is a hardworking man who has great presence in the health sector. He's in the person of the Acting Director, Technical Coordination of the Ministry of Health, Dr. Hafiz Adam Taha. Thank you for coming, sir. We are honored to have you here with us today. Thank you. This initiative is one that demands lots of hard work and financial commitment. I'd like to introduce you to the project lead for the Autism Workshop and Consultations, our distinguished Managing Director of Guarantee Trust Bank Ghana Limited, Mr. Thomas Atajon. We appreciate you, sir. especially welcome our Chief Communications Officer for our parent company, Guarantee Trust Holding Company, a woman who has led this, what my MD will call a movement, for 14 years. She has led this project in Nigeria, impacted the lives across Africa. Even during the pandemic, she still held this program virtually. It shows how much passion she has for this program. We are honored today, all the way from Lagos, coming in this morning to have Madam Onyinade Adigite joining us this morning. Thank you. She's here with her team, and we are very excited to have them. They've been our greatest support through the 3 years we've been doing this. It is a piece that is truly commendable. We appreciate your unflinching support and guidance in executing the subsidiary initiative as well. We are privileged to have a whole team of hardworking men and women whose commitment has enabled us to pull off this all-important program. Kindly join me to welcome the management and staff of Guarantee Trust Bank Ghana Limited. As is usual of our annual autism workshop and consultations, we have assembled the very best of subject matter experts and world-renowned specialists from Ghana, Nigeria, the United States, and United Kingdom, who will be facilitators for today's program, as well as they will give their professional insights and then continue through from tomorrow through to Saturday with our one-on-one consultations. They will provide professional insights that will shape our day-to-day management of our wards and people living with autism. With that, we have with us today a neurodevelopmental pediatrician from the Greater Accra Regional Hospital, Dr. Yvonne Nana Ama-Brew. Thank you, Ma. Thank you so much for coming. We are also privileged to have the Director, Special Education Division of the Ghana Education Service, Madam Helena Mensah, also joining us today. Thank you so much, Madam. We will also have the privilege to hear from a woman who is very specialized in this area, the National Inclusive Education Coordinator at Special Education Division of the Ghana Education Service, Madam Rose Ofosuhima Adako. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming. Now I'm excited to introduce you to the team of carefully selected medical doctors and specialists who have many years of experience under their belts and are very well positioned to handle our consultations and as facilitators for our workshop today. Please join me on stage, Dr. Emmanuel Aboyomi. So these are psychiatrists, Dr. Mashudat Bello. Please join me on stage, Dr. Selassie Adom, Dr. Peggy Esiedu Enkremet, Modupe. Please join me on stage. These are our able psychiatrists. We are fortunate this year to have a renowned pediatrician joining us, Benedict Kilo. Please join us. Thank you so much, all the way from the United States. Thank you so much. We also have our able speech therapist, Dr. Inamani. Please join us. Tommy, Larina, Aisha, please join us. These are awesome speech therapists. We also have our behavior analysts here today, Abna Hagan. We have Joy. We have Christina. We have Akusia, Mavis, Deborah. Please join us upstage. We also have a team of occupational therapists. We have Anna. We have Tolu Walasi. We have Sonia, Grace Hammond, Mildred. We have Wisdom Hodasi. We have Daniela. Great. This year we have our psychologist also coming through for us, Dr. Ita. Please join us here. Benedict, Dr. Ethel Obing. Thank you all so much for coming. Thank you. We are privileged to have the team that is specialized in special education as well. We have Martha Akonobia Dazi. We have Joanne. Thank you for joining us this year, Joanne. We have Ida Alote Brown. one part of the program that is critical to us is after everything is done, we have the team that is supposed to counsel and serve also as advocates for these children or these people living with autism. We are fortunate this year to have on board Madame Bolande. Please join us. Thank you so much. We have Belinda. Belinda is also here. Thank you so much for coming. We have Sholape. Thank you so much for coming. This year, Sholape is going to do a great job of coordinating everything for us. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, today's workshop will span through till 5 p.m. Middle way through today after lunch, we will have our breakout session, and these will be our facilitators and moderators. They will handle every area that we need to know concerning autism. And when that is done, from tomorrow through to Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day, they will be here for the one-on-one consultation as well. Thank you all very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, all these resource persons just for us. I thought somebody would give GTBank a round of applause. This is impressive. And you know, some will just select a crop only locally and try to save costs. I mean, from the breakdown, I realized some have come from Nigeria. Others have come from the United States of America. We have some locally. Some have even come from the UK. And this is impressive. What are you waiting for? Let's hear it for them once again. And they are here with us till tomorrow. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't have that visionary person who believes in the dream and the idea, some of these proposals might be brought, but it would be shot down. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to inform you that at GTBank, we have that person whose smile alone brightens the life of customers. Ladies and gentlemen, ever since getting an account with GTBank, the love, the care that has been shown, although my money might not be much, oh, don't smile. It's still okay. They still take care of me. No discrimination, we're all equal. Because of the wonderful, solid team who are with us. I think all staff of GTBank deserve a round of applause. Let's hear it for them also. So, ladies and gentlemen, not to take your time this morning to welcome you, I want to bring in Mr. Thomas John. Indeed, he's the managing director of Guaranteed Trust Bank, GTBank. Yes, he wouldn't. And please, I want the applause to come in more. Okay, you came in very early. I'm not. You saw the smile. At least you saw the smile.
Good morning. My friends call me JT. For today, I'll be introducing myself as Thomas John. I have a long speech here, which my colleague just gave to me, but I can assure you I will skip it. Agnes has done a great job of introducing the very important specialists that are here today. I want to welcome you especially and thank you for taking your time to show up for us today. I was mentioning to my colleague Onyade that what was evident when the specialists were coming out were predominantly ladies. So it shows that the empathy of ladies cannot be understated. It's evident everywhere. Thank you once again. You know, last year I mentioned that the autism project is here to stay. person that credit should go to in bringing it to Ghana. So please give a round of applause to her. And the support has been unending. Thank you all for coming, but I want to give a special thank you to the parents that are here today, the caregivers, and the people who call the warriors that live with autism. It can only get better as we continue to assist them to live a better life. Feel happy to come every day. Tell your friends. I think we are here for about 5 or 6 days. 6 days till Sunday. So every day, as you leave here today, kindly tell other people that are not aware of this event. It's free. Most of us or people around may not have what it takes to have the opportunity to meet specialists like this on their own. So I encourage that we put that information out there. It is my hope that next year will be bigger and will stay longer and possibly bring in more specialists. Thank you for coming, and let me formally declare the conference and workshop open. Thank you.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, at some point he said, I have a very long speech. And so I was going to just take a while, a nap there, and expect an hour speech. And then I was taken by surprise. I didn't know whether really that ended or he was going and he will be back. Mr. John, are you coming back soon? So I need to carry on. Oh my God, here's my trouble. Well, ladies and gentlemen, so the theme song by Phil Collins intermittently will be playing. One thing we'd want today is that at least by the time you leave here, it should have registered on your mind. And anytime you see an autistic person, a child, an adult, or someone in the space who's a caregiver or anything, you can always have that song on the tablet of your heart. It means a lot to us, and we'd want you to be a part of it. Ladies and gentlemen, very shortly, I would quickly move on and bring in our guest speaker. Now there's a long list I'd have to just run through and share with you who this person is. So our guest speaker today, our keynote address is going to be delivered by Dr. Hafiz Adam Tacha. He is a acting director, technical coordination at the Ministry of Health. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy that with the round of applause, you would help me welcome him in a special way, in a special GT way. I'll come and touch on a little bit more about him.
Thank you so much. I think I want to side with the MD when he mentioned that there was an array of beautiful ladies dominating the list. I'm sure if there were 2 ladies out of 10 men, we would have had a gender imbalance. So I'm also protesting that out of the 28 people, specialists, only 4 were men. We have to correct that gender imbalance. So, standing in for my chief director, who would have wished to be here personally, I want to deliver his keynote address. So, anything that is unpleasant, you attribute it to me. But anything that is pleasant, attribute it to my chief director. So, Mr. MD, Madam Onyinade, I believe I got it right, whose effort yielded asked to have this opportunity, having started it in Nigeria, management and staff of GTBank, specialists, and I'm happy it's a collection of various specialists put together, because we have the speech therapists, we have psychiatrists, and then we also have pediatrists. And so that tells you how unique the composition of the team is. Madam Helena from Ministry of Education, also Madam Rose Ofosuhini, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen present. I bring you warm greetings from the Honorable Minister for Health, the Deputy Minister, and the Chief Director. I am representing the Chief Director of Ministry of Health, who was required to attend another equally crucial task and was unable to be here present. And I therefore read this speech on his behalf. In fact, myself, it was conflicting with National Vaccine Institute meeting as a board member. And so I was pulled out of that meeting to be here. So you can imagine the importance we attach to this function. So I'm privileged to have been asked to speak as a guest speaker at the 2024 GTBank Autism Awareness Workshop and Consultation organized by Guarantee Trust Bank, Ghana Limited, in collaboration with its parents company, Guarantee Trust Holding Company, PLC, GTCO. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Sustainable Development Goal 3, that's in short SDG 3, calls on all nations to achieve universal health coverage. And we are given a deadline to do that by 2030, which encompasses financial risk protection and access to quality healthcare services, as well as safe, effective, and affordable essential medicines and vaccines. For the Ministry of Health, universal health coverage in Ghana means that all people in Ghana have timely access to highly quality health services, irrespective of their ability to pay at point of use. Ghana aims to achieve and attain UH30. Children, especially those with special needs, require access to high quality healthcare tailored to their unique needs. In Ghana, approximately 100,000 children aged between 6 and 14 have disabilities, raising the critical question of whether their caregivers can access quality, affordable healthcare services. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to ensure that children with these special needs access healthcare services, I'm happy to announce that the Ministry of Health, in collaboration with the Ghana Health Services and other partners, is finalizing guidelines on disability inclusion in health promotion. While the government is taking significant steps to support people with special needs, our healthcare system faces challenges that hinder access for families of children with special needs. Financial constraints, negative attitudes, that's sometimes stigma, and the lack of knowledge among healthcare professionals often prevent timely intervention and care. This highlights the need for autism awareness and education, and we are pleased that GTBank has taken a bold step to make sure that they add up to the awareness creation for us all, to make sure that they get the needed attention that they need. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the government cannot address these challenges alone. The Ministry of Health recognizes and values the immense contribution and impact of civil society organizations a non-profit organization in the special needs sector. We welcome the contribution of partners, and particularly partnership from non-profit organizations like GTBank and GTCO towards delivering appropriate health and wellness intervention for the children. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we therefore applaud GTBank and GTCO for organizing this autism awareness workshop and consultation, as I mentioned earlier. This year's theme, a spectrum of possibilities, is a very fitting as it underscores the potential and opportunities for individuals living with autism. The one-day workshop to train, empower, and educate caregivers on the effective management of individuals living with autism, followed by 4 days of one-on-one consultation with specialists and consultations from the various countries, will undoubtedly make a significant impact. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I encourage all participants to engage fully with the training and to share their knowledge with the caregivers. Please accept my best wishes for a fruitful and impactful autism awareness workshop and consultation. I thank you for your attention, and on these notes, I declare this year's GTBank Autism Awareness and Consultation Workshop a spectrum of possibility duly launched. Thank you very much.
It's officially launched. Let the song play a little bit at the background. Wow. So for the few stakeholders who are present this morning and would want to know a little bit about Dr. Hafiz Adam Taha, he's the acting director for technical coordination and the director for external, I beg your pardon, I'm reading from my phone, so external health corporation and at the Ministry of Health. So he is also the chairman of Ghana's Intra-Country Coordination Committee. Dr. Hafiz, you carry a lot in your portfolio, and that committee is for neglected tropical diseases. Dr. Hafiz, if I'll go on and on, he was a member of the selection committee panel for the First Excellence Awards Committee for Health Workers. Dr. Hafiz, this time I'll make a case. In case you are still on the panel, when it comes to institutions that support health, you know that bank that does it in that extraordinary way. This is not one of them, or this is a journalist nominating ahead of time. Oh, please, let's give Dr. Hafiz another round of applause. And the audience supports the initiative already. Doctor, we are so grateful. We thank you. And we're looking forward to more collaborations like this with you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to, at this moment, have an extraordinary performance, and I want you to be keen on it because this performance is by survivors. Ladies and gentlemen, share them while you can and let them know that we support them to the very top. A round of applause for the choreography by the survivors. What a spectacular performance. And so this morning you would hear a lot of the song. And our utmost goal is to have you register it in your heart as part of the program. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our guest speakers to address us. In fact, they have a lot to share with us, and I'd want you to note, because these are special people in society who are offering diverse support. So at this moment, I'd want you to be keen if you're a parent, if you are with an NGO, or even if you are a bank staff. You don't know when that information would come in handy. So ladies and gentlemen, my very first guest speaker for this morning is Miss Rose Ofosu Hema Dako. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll share a little bit about her with you. Rose Ofosu Hema Dako is the National Inclusive Coordinator, Education Coordinator at the Special Education Division. Ladies and gentlemen, and that's with the Ghana Education Service. I'm happy to let you know that she has specialty in both education for the hearing impaired and inclusive education. So I'm sure, Chief, you carry on with your job, but if she decides, she can actually reach out to her audience. I thought you would give a round of applause to her ahead of time, but I'll share more with you. Please allow me to go on so you know our selection and our choice for you. Ladies and gentlemen, Rose coordinates national IE programs at the national and subnational levels. Again, she liaises with international and local partners to promote IE activities in Ghana and across the sub-region to support education for all. So I can confidently say that her skill, her dynamism is not only being felt in Ghana, but on the African continent and even beyond. Please, before I bring her in, I thought you would celebrate her once again for supporting Africa with her education and her skill. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to let you know this morning that she was also a member of the National Technical Working Group that developed the National IE Policy and its accompanying documents. That's the standard and guidelines and implementation plan. So she's a core person in there on how it was formed. Now for Ghana, and is still a member of the current review. So anything she says is coming from the core knowledge that they've put together, even as a team. Ladies and gentlemen, I could go on and on and on, but not to bore you, you would help me with a thunderous round of applause for me to bring her in. And then when she's leaving, I'll tell you the other side of it. Please, with a round of applause, help me welcome Miss Rose Ofosu Hema Dako. Okay, Lady Rose, please, you stay on for me shortly because you would have the second guest speaker also with us. So please, you should admire her smiles while she's here. For me to bring in the second guest speaker, ladies and gentlemen, and I am happy to let you know that this morning, Lady Yvonne Nana Amabru is also our guest speaker. The question that came is, who is Lady Nana Amabru? And I'll share with you. Yvonne is a pediatrician with over 20 years of cumulative experience as a medical practitioner. Currently, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to inform you that she leads the clinical team for the Pediatric Neurodevelopmental Clinic in a regional referral hospital in Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, besides providing clinical care for her patients as part of her duties, as her everyday duties, as a lead of the clinic and lead practitioner, she provides training to postgraduate medical and nursing residents. So, she is also impacting her knowledge so that in the near future, if we're looking for people with her capacity, we would have enough and a lot. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's worth celebrating Yvonne even before I bring her in. Can you give her a round of applause? Yvonne Nana Ama Brew. Whilst the applause are coming and I look forward to receiving her here, please allow me also mention that in addition, she supports policy-related works in Ghana as she serves as a member of the technical committee reviewing Ghana's legislation on Persons with Disability Act. Ladies and gentlemen, she is into policy and she really stands tall. Please, if she's here, would want to have her up here. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes in. Now that you've seen the two of them, would you give them a round of applause, please? They need to speak in turns. They were to be here together, but I will not let Yvonne stand too long. So, Lady Yvonne, I'll ask you to take your seat, and then you will take over at this point. Oh, Yvonne, per my information, you address. Would you give Yvonne a round of applause? I like the smile already.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Let me stand on the previous protocols and welcome everyone. I also acknowledge my parents and patients who are here this morning. So this morning we're going to have a very interesting bit to look at. We are going to talk about autism, picking up the early signs. Can we have the pointer, please? Or someone is moving the slides for me.
To freely move around a little bit, though I'm bringing the microphone to make it easier for you.
Okay, so whilst we're waiting for them to start. Because I have a lot to say, I don't want to stop so that I don't end up going beyond my time. But I should start. Okay, so, yeah, okay, I acknowledge you. So I'll go slow. When we talk autism, we are all familiar with the children or adults who come in and we can clearly see that they have autism. And everybody can diagnose them. Parents, even visitors to the house can say, this child looks like a child with autism. But today we want to go beyond that. And thank you. Okay, so this morning we are looking at autism, picking the symptoms early. know that if you have diabetes and you know, let's say you go to the hospital today and the doctor tells you you have diabetes, you'll be very upset that why didn't somebody pick this up? I've been going for checkups all the time. Why didn't somebody pick up the symptoms for me so that I would know that I can do something about it? Is that how you feel? Yes. Autism is a disease that does not suddenly come. And so it's important for us to pick up early. So what is autism? Autism is a developmental disease associated with an impaired ability to communicate and socialize with others. It's a complex disorder. We need other human beings to survive. And the more and more people isolate themselves from others, the more they are not able to live to their full potential. And so autism thrives on that sort of human isolation. And it's a complex disorder that it includes behavioral issues, medical issues, neurological issues, psychological issues, educational issues. And so you see the array of specialists we had here today, and even more that are needed to manage just one person with autism, because autism encompasses the what makes us human, our ability to communicate with others. So I want to look at some of the key words. The word developmental. When we say developmental, what does it mean? It means it's a disease that starts right from birth. Okay, it starts right from birth, and it's associated with brain development. Now we know that the human brain starts to develop within the first 10 weeks of pregnancy, and as the different parts of the brain form by birth, the child is, you see a newborn baby and the baby is crying, and when you hold and comfort the baby understands, right? So at that age, the brain is developed enough to understand human comfort. Now, between birth and 3 years of age, 90% of the brain is formed. Now, when we say 90% of the brain is formed, what do we mean? The brain not only grows in size, also grows in maturity. So I want you to look at the brain as maybe multiple cells or multiple accounts. Since we are bankers, multiple different bank accounts. So we talk about not only growing your multiple accounts, having multiple accounts in the bank, we also want that the contents of that account should increase, right? So each account should increase, and then you should also have increase in numbers. And that is very important for brain development. You must have increase in the numbers of the cells. In addition, you must have the maturity of the cells, and the cells should be able to connect to each other across various spectrum. The experiences a child has is what will cause one cell to relate with another cell. So the cells can grow normally, and so you see that the child's head grows normally. If you look at the child, the brain, the head has grown normally. But what is most important is the fact that each of these cells should be able to connect with with another cell and mature. So let's put this at the back of our minds, because that is what we are going to be dealing with. Sorry for those who lock their phones. What we say is that you are born with the ability to grow your brain cells, But what is also needed is the environment where you come in. So the environment where you are born will determine the maturity of those brain cells. Okay, you all get that? Okay, so the word communicate is the ability to interact through verbal and non-verbal means. I mentioned that autism is a disease that affects communication. That ability to communicate is a learned ability. You are not born with the ability to communicate. So you have to learn it from your environment. And children learn it from the person we call the primary carer. The primary carer is the one who takes most care of the child from birth. That is where the child learns to communicate. So, I mean, there are some of us here who are parents, maybe mothers or fathers. But if you bring your child here right now, your child will run to your maid servant. So the maid servant is the primary carer, even though your name is on the paper. As far as we are concerned, you are not the primary carer. It's the maid servant. I mean, I think that's common. Many of us can acknowledge that, right? Good. So if the child, the first 3 years of life, the child is not able to, either through a genetic problem, as the child was born with it, or the opportunity was not given the child to develop the opportunity to bond with a primary carer, that child will have serious communication difficulties. The next word to look at is the word socialize. And socialize is the ability to accept others within your personal space. So when we were given seats, because I know Auntie Helena and Auntie Rose, I moved close to stay by them. I could stay in their personal space and I could hug them because they know me. Those that I didn't know, when they came in, they also went and they sat on the other side and they congregated together. The bankers, they congregated together. The ability to allow someone in your social space is also a learned behavior. And so children need to learn to accept people into their personal space. And the extremely important milestone for us as clinicians is what we call the social smile. At 6 weeks, a baby should smile. The baby should also smile. Okay? By 6 weeks of age, a baby should attain social smile. For us, that is the most important socialization a child has. Does this child smile? So when you go to the hospital and you get a young doctor, you know the young doctors, how they can question. They'll ask you, Mommy, then time now, or 3 years, and we are looking for it at 6 weeks. If at 6 weeks that child has not had the opportunity to understand what a smile is, the child won't smile. Is that clear? Very good. So, what causes autism? Autism is caused 2 main areas. One, genetic. The parents are autistic themselves. And it's very important for us to know that some of the parents of children with autism have autism themselves, albeit very mild, maybe not as serious as their children. And so the parents have the gene that do not know how to socialize and communicate with others. And so that can happen. But we must also state that the second important reason, cause of autism is environmental causes. If children do not get the opportunity in the environment to socialize and communicate with them. And here I want to talk about 3 main as the cause of go back to the slide. Yes. The 3 main reasons. The family dynamics. The father is a banker, the mother is a banker. And so they are all not at home. Mom comes home at night when the child is asleep. In the morning, she takes the child to the daycare at 6 a.m. in the same diaper. And I'm using the example of bankers because in my clinic, the largest number of children, parents of the children I see are bankers. The largest number are bankers, followed by, I want to say the number one is bankers. Now, if the family is not communicating with the child at all, which is the number one reason I have seen for environmental, then that child will not learn how to communicate. Very, very important. Both parents do not time for the child. And two, screen addiction. You know, this is what happens. As soon as the fresh baby starts to cry, because you have the money, you have already bought a tablet for the child before the child is born. So as soon as the child starts to cry, the mother puts the phone there, or whoever is there, maybe not the mother, the father. They put the phone in front of the child, and the child keeps quiet. That phone is the primary carer. So the child now recognizes the phone and does not recognize human beings. And that is a very common problem we have seen, especially since the time of COVID. Very important issue there. And that's the child, that's the baby on the screen. This child has a very high risk of autism. And then early institutionalization. You take the child to daycare at 6 a.m. They bath the child and put the child in the cot. There's no human interaction. So the child does not get to interact with other people. Okay, thank you. The child, and because they say this, the teachers say these days, when the children have scratches, the parents complain. So they do not allow outdoor play. Children are kept indoors within the four walls. You need sunshine, you need the earth, you need the air. That's how it's been created, for you to survive. So if you don't get sunshine, you don't get fresh air, you don't play with sand, you cannot develop normally. So many children are not having the opportunity below the age of 3 to interact with the natural environment. And that is a great risk factor for autism. So if you have a child whose family dynamics is improper, who has screen addiction, who has early institutionalization, even if there's no genetic basis, that child is at a high risk of autism. And this is very important because, especially in the first 3 years of life. Okay, so what is the incidence of autism? In some countries, it's as high as 1 in 50. In Ghana, we have not yet put all the data together. But one thing we know is that it's 4 times more common in boys. So I decided to look at the data. I started to look at the data in my clinic at Greater Accra Regional Hospital. As soon as I computed the data, that was the result. 80% of my patients are male, 20% are female. So why does that happen? I think that, and that's just a theory I have, there's an age at which boys are able to pick up relationships with human beings. And that age, the parents are not there. The screen is what is there, or there's nobody there. And they miss out. I think for the girls, I suspect it may take a bit longer for the girls, so they're able to overcome it. But for the boys, they lose that opportunity and then it's almost gone. And all this occurs before the age of 3. I looked at my data at Rage. Now, you will see that children, we are seeing children from below 1 year coming in. And I will explain why we are seeing children below 1 year, a lot coming in. But to tell you that you can pick up the symptoms of autism long before the brain is fully formed. Imagine you pick the child up at 1 year, knowing that the brain will form by 3 years. You have a high chance of reverting some of these changes before the child reaches the age where the brain is formed. And this has become very important to us. Many of the children you see here before the age of 3, you can't just, the parents won't come because they don't know there's a problem. We pick them up through screening. And I'll tell you a bit about what we do. Okay. Now, can autism be prevented? A lot of doctors are coming out to show that if you pick the children up before the age of 3, the symptoms can reverse, or for some children, it will get better. But for some children, it actually reverses. And we've seen lots and lots of examples like that. This is a study. I brought this study because it was published in a really big journal. And I thought that it's a good pointer to the fact that if you pick children with autism before the age of 3, you can reverse the symptoms. So, what are the early symptoms of autism? And that's what we're going to look at. It's important to know that if you're going to win the fight against autism, the parent must be at the center of everything. And so, when you ask a parent, Mommy, what age did your child walk? She should not say, let me ask the house help. Let me ask the teacher. She should be able to know what is happening. This is very important. Now, if a child is not saying mama or dada at 1 year, that child should go for a hospital for assessment. If the child is saying mama or dada and then stops, that child should also go for an assessment. If your child speaks with a foreign accent, even though you are Ghanaians living in Ghana here, and you speak like a Ghanaian, but your child starts to speak with a British or American accent, and your child speaks jargon, that child needs immediate help. If your child always wants to play alone, even when other children are there, you are happy that your child is always indoors. No, it's not a good sign. Your child below 3 should want to play with other children. So that are some of the signs. So, if your child consistently does not turn when you call his name, and yes, or the child just cannot understand that when you call the name, they have to turn. So your child below 3 years is not turning when you call the name. That child needs to be checked. If a child does not look at you when you are speaking to her and there's no eye contact, that's a very important sign. If you've brought your baby here and your child wants to be on the screen and is not interested in coming to hold the balloons, by now, all we know a typical 2-3-year-old child should be interested in the balloons, and the mother should be trying to beg for some of the balloons. But your child just wants to be on the phone or the tablet, that child needs an assessment. If your child only recites numbers, alphabets, or rhymes, or scriptures, that is a sign that your child may be at risk of autism, and the child needs to be assessed. Okay, so what do you do if your child has the symptoms? Get a full assessment. And you need to get the hearing checked. Sometimes the children could be deaf, and that's why we think they may have communication challenges. Get the hearing checked as quickly as possible, and get a referral to therapy if your child has any of these symptoms. And the therapists always prefer if the children come below 3 years, because then they can have success stories. Okay, so home interventions are the best. What do? Get your child toys and get your child outdoors. Speak to your child like you speak to your colleague. Spend time speaking to your child. Take your child to the water park. Take your child to the playground yourself and interact with your child. What can the schools do to help? It's important that all preschool teachers know how to screen children. If a child is not talking by 1 year, not playing around, and he's just running around the class all the time, throwing outrageous tantrums, is aggressive or disruptive, refuses to sit during the class, and only recites rhymes, A, B, C, D, and 1, 2, 3. I'm sorry, that is not a sign of intelligence. If a child below 3 years is reciting rhymes, A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3, it's not a sign of intelligence. It's a sign that there's something seriously wrong, and so the child needs to be assessed. How can the healthcare system help? It's important that when you go to hospital for your weighing, your child's developmental assessment is also done. It's very important. At the Greater Accra Regional Hospital, we now have a desk solely for screening all children who come into Ridge Hospital. If your child comes with cough or catarrh or hernia, there's another nurse who will check your child to see whether your child is developing well. And that is how we've been able to pick up children before the age of 3, so that we are able to refer them to therapy very early. And this is very important. We've also trained some people in some hospitals. So there are many hospitals now. If you go, you'll be screened before you go see the doctor about whatever issue you have. And of course, we'll also teach you activities that will enhance good development. If you stop the child from the screen, what should you do? We have lists of activities that can help. But the main thing is that go out with your child, take your child for a walk, go to the market with your child. The stimulation is very good for your child. If your child has been diagnosed with autism, you need to be very consistent with therapy. Therapy once a week will not do you anything. Therapy has to be consistent, more than 2 or 3 times. And work closely with your therapist, because once your diagnosis is made, the therapist needs to continue. And family interventions are very crucial, yes. What is the best approach for handling a child with autism? I will always say it has to be parent-led. Parents have to be aware of what their child needs. And so you need to educate yourself, talk to your health professionals, and get to understand what exactly is happening. And I will tell parents, if you have a child who is below 3 years, and you take a child to a preschool, and they have televisions in their class, please, that is a no, don't take your child there. WHO says children below the age of 2 should not be exposed to the screen at all. So if a preschool your child is going to has a screen in the classroom, please advise yourself well. And if you have a child with autism, let's get a care plan very early. Don't wait for the child to be 30 before you start asking what's the career path of my child. That needs to be discussed very, very early. In conclusion, screening of children regularly from birth is the best way to detect autism early. Let's monitor the development of our children at home, at school, and at every healthcare center. Thank you very much.
And I'm excited about it. So screening is important because science has shown that at least if there's early detection, probably 3 years, it could be reversed. What do you want? How do you want to celebrate my daughter for me? Help me do it better. At least you picked a pointer. Ladies and gentlemen, I brought 2 of them. I thought immediately Lady Rose would come up, but I'm happy to let you know that she is coming in to share the side of education with you. Please, with a round of applause, help me welcome Lady Rose Ofosuhene Dako. Lady Rose, when they talk about inclusive education, isn't what I am seeing. So I take my child to one of the elite schools, and now there's an assistant bringing in a young chap. I don't want to say the child is disabled. No, that is a special warrior, as my CEO said. And then that kid has an assistant. In my days in school, we never saw that. Over to you. Let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. I would like to stand on the protocols that has been laid already. In education, in the ministry, in Ghana Education Service and Special Education Division, we do not have anybody who is normal. We are all not normal. We are uniquely made. autism spectrum disorders. And for us in education, it is possible. So in education, we see every child as a human being who is uniquely able. And we see education as a right for everyone. There is no country in the whole wide world that can develop without education. Had it not been education, you will not have MD here. We will not have you sitting here. You will not be working in the bank. So education has brought us to where we are. And all children can learn, regardless of your spectrum or whatever you have. All children can learn. And so in the ministry and Ghana Education Service, say that if all children can learn, but we have diverse abilities and needs, what should we do? And globally, we're all looking at how best to get everyone going to school and benefit. And globally, we all agree that the only vehicle that can do that is inclusive education. So what is it that can support us to do that? So when we talk of inclusive education, we are just looking at an educational arrangement that provides opportunity for all, regardless of your circumstance or your situation, whether you have a spectrum, whether you are non-verbal, whether you are verbal, to have education which is convenient. Over the years, we're looking at how best to get everyone in school, and we started segregation. So if you have 4 children and one is different, you send that one away. How do you have family cohesion? How do you bring them together? You tell that child that you are different, go away while we stay. We don't build a society in that way. But inclusive education, the child stays with their family, grows with them, and learn together and socialize. So that is inclusive education. Now let every child go to school, which is convenient for that child. And let the system help that child. And for us, Ghana, we did not just adopt it, but we decided to adopt it to our context. And we did that so that we'll be able to serve our people well. Now, if this is what inclusive education is saying, why do we need that? Is it possible? Is it useful? Now, let's see if it is beneficial. That it provides opportunity, support for every child to learn. So within the classroom, we have children with diverse abilities and needs. And everyone is learning because provisions has been given, support has been given. It also helps every child to develop and participate. Not just coming into the school, but the child should be given the opportunity to participate. An inclusive setting gives room to that. It removes barriers. Some people have never seen a child with autism. Even though we have parents here with children with autism, there are some people here who have never come across such children. But if they learn together, they will put away all their misconceptions about them. And they will know that they are uniquely made. They have abilities, and they will learn to appreciate them. And when that is done, it also creates opportunities for everyone. It also helps us to value our differences so that we will not be pointing our hands on some people. We will know that we are all different, but we have certain abilities. And when that is done, we will be able to showcase the individual's abilities. Then education, quality education for all, will be achieved. And everyone will have access to education. So what did Ghana do? How do we implement this brilliant idea? If we just get up and do it, it will be haphazardly done. So there is a need for us to have a framework that will support, and that is the inclusive education policy. Now, when we developed the policy, we did not just give, because when you look at policy, it's difficult for you to understand. So we develop the standards and guidelines that will support us to explain the policy so the implementation will be easier. Then we develop a costed implementation plan. How do you implement this? It's a brilliant idea. All the activities we need to carry out to support this agenda was costed so that if GTBank wants to support that agenda, GTBank comes, we will not sit to talk so much. We will only give them the costed implementation plan. And they will know which activity are we going to support. Then they will support that. And so, let's see how Ghana defines inclusive education. We did not take it like the gospel truth, but we look at how we will do it to our context. And we say it is based on value system. What are the value systems that we are talking about? That we don't have to discriminate. We need to tolerate one another. We need to have safe school environment. We need to collaborate. These are value systems that we are talking about. We need to live together, have social inclusion. And so this value system holds that all people who attend school should have equitable access, that we should not stop anyone from coming to school. We should allow everybody to come. And when they come, what do? We should have quality teaching, where teachers can teach them well. Because one size shoe does not fit for all. Then we should also have the children learning. It doesn't mean that just bring the children. It goes beyond just the child coming to school. But it is there to support participation. So let's see what the goal for this policy is looking at. That how we have been doing, Ghanaians, we can say, this is not how we do it. We have been doing it this way. No, we have to redefine how we have been doing it. And enrich the delivery. How do we teach? How do we welcome children? How do we manage children in school? We need to redefine how to manage them in school so that it responds to the diverse needs, so that we will know that the children in our classrooms are not just one bunch of people, but they are different people, individuals. The medical people will tell you, even twins, identical twins, are not the same. So you cannot treat them the same. That teachers will understand and treat every child differently. Under universal design for learning, that every child will fit in a child-friendly school environment. Whenever I meet head teachers, I've been telling them that if you really want to know if your school is friendly, come to school first. When you see the early grade children coming to school, if the child is crying, not that the child doesn't like schooling, but there is a monster in the classroom. And that monster is preventing that child to go to school. And parents, if your child early morning, every child wants to go out. So going out and being with people is a habit of children at the early grades. So if your child every morning says, I'm sick, I don't want to go to school, then there is a monster. So that monster should be, and in inclusive education, we don't need monster teachers in our classroom. And so the aim of this policy is saying that we should create conducive school environment devoid of discrimination. So we should not be pointing hands on people. We should provide structural orientation. If the building is already there and it's not accessible, we should do something to make it accessible. We should employ appropriate curricula. The curriculum we were using, that's why Ministry of Education has changed the curriculum to standard-based. This one is fit for everyone. We should also use child-centered pedagogy. So teachers are being trained on how to use UDL, DL to teach, differentiated learning, universal design for learning, so that children are learning in an environment that is so friendly. We also provide adequate educational resources. Now we are all going digital. So what do? Some of these children do not write with pen and paper. We are done with pen and paper issue. So if a child cannot use pen and paper, we no more force that child to use pen and paper. We allow that child to use whatever that child can do. And it provides support services and promote community participation. School is for everyone, and everyone should be part of that. So, what then? So the policy objectives that we are using to implement all this, put this philosophy into practice, are 5. We have 5 pillars. That the system that is there, we need to improve it and promote it so that it will make the system inclusive at all levels. So it's not only at the basic level, up to the university, whatever level that child can go, inclusive agenda should be there. We also need to ensure comprehensive assessment. Dr. Brew said it, that you need to assess your child. If your child is behaving a certain way, you need to assess the child to know what is there. And so now, in Ghana Ministry of Education, we have institutionalized screening at early grades. That when your child is coming, that's why when you are going to seek for admission, they'll ask you to bring your health card, the one you call weighing card. And if you don't bring it, how will they know? Because the teacher will need to know the status of your child so you can plan with your child in mind. If the teacher doesn't know, the teacher will not be able to plan. So screening has become part of our education system. Then the teacher who is at the realm of affairs will be able to plan with your child in mind that this child needs this, communication issues, this child has social issues, so I need to do this for the person. In the spectrum, this is where the child is. Because within the spectrum, we'll have those with mild, moderate, severe, and profound. How will the teacher do that? It is through assessment. Then, the education content, the resources, the learning content, we'll need to bring it in accessible format. So if I am the type, I cannot, communication is even a problem for me. I need someone to, so I'll need audio books. The textbook should be in audio form. If I need large print, because I have a vision problem aside my spectrum, I need to get large print. If I need to go use any form that will be accessible for me, that accessible format should be there. And the teacher who is going to teach, who is going to manage the children, we need to build their capacity. As I said earlier, if we don't build the teacher's capacity on the inclusive pedagogies to use, that teacher will not be able to do that. So we have to train the teachers, and we are training the teachers so that they can function in an inclusive setting. Then Ghana, we are good when it comes to policy development. We have them. But how do we sustain it? The larger, the banks, they know. Yes, we have to put resources to support this agenda. And so we all need to be on board for this agenda to strive. Now, what are the educational provisions that we have for our learners with ASD? With inclusive education, as I said, universal access, equitable access. Every child should come, no discrimination. Now the child comes, we need to feel the child's presence. The school should be friendly to feel the child's presence. The child should stay. The child should be happy in the class. Then the child should be given the opportunity to participate. So the package we give to the teachers, the inclusive pedagogy, is helping the teachers to make sure that every child is participating in the classroom. We also have safe school policy. The safe school practices shows that there is a ban on corporal punishment in Ghana. So if you go to your school, your world school, and teachers are holding canes as if they are slave masters, the children are not slaves. Even it's culturally, it's not part of our culture that we cane people. It's only slaves that we cane. We don't cane a royal. So if your child is a slave, then you allow teachers to cane them. But they can discipline them. So we have, in place of corporal punishment, we have positive discipline tools. They are all in the schools. The teachers know what to do, but they will hide behind the cane. The cane is not part of our system. So the school should be safe, so that the child with autism spectrum will feel free to go to school. There's a ban on bullying. Friends, peers, and teachers cannot bully the child. and there's a ban on sexual harassment. So the school is safe. So in Ghana, there's zero tolerance of violence in our schools. Then we also have this. Please, I want everybody to take this one seriously. The exams accommodations that we have for our schools. It is not a building to live in. So that GTBank will put up, we need a building, a house for my child with ASD. No. This is reasonable accommodation. In inclusive education, when we talk of reasonable accommodation, there are provisions we make for children or learners in learning and giving out evaluation. For instance, when we talk of evaluation in education, it is examination. How does the child reproduce what you have given? In what form? That's why I said that this time, pen and paper is not the only means that a child can give out the evaluation. So if you are aware, or when we go out to the breakout session, some parents will share their experience. The last just ended BC. Some children wrote with oral tests. Some use computers. So if the child can use the laptop to do, then the child will use that in the school. Please listen, it is not during BC that the child will use the laptop. The laptop should be the child's exercise book. The tablet should be the child's exercise book. So the child will work with that. So this time it is not, my child cannot hold pen and paper so he cannot write. No. It's a thing of the past. It's no more exist. WAEC will give the accommodation. Oral examination is there. Large print is there. Special care. Last year, a child with ADHD was writing BC. That child can only sit for 30 minutes and move around for about 10 minutes before he can. And that provision was given. So the child goes and comes back. And someone will be there to support the child so that the child will relax and write. And whether you are using computer, large print, special, will give you all extra time. So if the examination will last for 2 hours, you are given 3 hours to complete. So you complete at your pace. Are we not doing well? We are doing well. So what next? What can me and you do for those children out there? We are all stakeholders. We are parents. We are family members. We are neighbors. We are church members. And we relate to these children. And we all hold a part of the puzzle. If you refuse to bring your part of the puzzle, we will not be able to solve the puzzle of inclusive education. We will not be able to solve the puzzle of letting every child go to school. We will not be able to solve the puzzle of letting every child develop. So you have to. And all hands should be on deck. If we are all doing our bit of it, then we will be able to do what is right. And our children, there will not be any problem for any of them. So if you do it and I do it, we'll be able to create a school environment that is physically safe, emotionally secured, and psychologically enabled for all children. Whether I'm on a spectrum or I'm not on a spectrum, I'll be able to thrive in school and develop to become an adult that I can be an MD for GTBank. Thank you.
Please let the applause keep coming. Wow, a lot being done in the education space. I don't know elsewhere, but like she said, typically in Ghana, a teacher will say, oh, as for us, this is how we do it. Times are changing. Tell somebody, times are changing. We are embracing the new touch. The new touch. And I'm happy GTBank is supporting this initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been sitting for a while. You know, in all her speech, she just encouraged that, look, let the kids go out. I'm not going to let you go out. Maybe you do one thing for me. Can we all rise and stretch a little bit? So nobody gets dull for the second moment. Here, stretch a little bit. Nobody's going out. We're just stretching a little bit. You can ask somebody, are you enjoying yourself? Are you enjoying the sessions? Oh my goodness. It's getting beautiful. All right. Okay. We may take our seats now, but even to make it more special for you, I am bringing in some young dynamic dancers. Noyem. Noyem is coming to thrill you to some great dance skills. Now you can stand and join them in the dance moves. Of course, it calms you down. So ladies and gentlemen, if you're ready, on the count of 2, 3, 4, we go with Noyem.
La Côte d'Ivoire, inspirante terre d'hospitalité, reçoit l'Afrique. Jour de fête. C'est quoi? Et vous savez? Ibrahim Sama Diabaté.
À lui seulement.
Tu fais ça pourquoi? Y'a coup de pied dedans. Hommage à toi, président Duksaga.
Venez danser.
La
Côte d'Ivoire, le sol, l'Afrique, ça va chauffer.
Y'a aussi le pet.
On fait ça bien, on envole. Ici, c'est la joie de Dakar. Lui qui néglige les paroles. Regardez comment on met tous heureux. Tous les corps pour s'enlever. Africains, on est les dieux. On est toujours debout, on est jamais fait.
Maggie Dollar de Los Angeles. Junior Dollar. Marco Fiali. Présent même 13.
Fatigué, faut jouer, nous on est là.
Et puis Fan André.
شرفت على بلد البيا.
Y'a pas état d'esprit, hein. On est venu pour gagner.
Download exclusively ZachNation.net.
How many of us can do that? Power one. Okay, yeah, in your seat, let's try it. I know when you get our Matagu come. Just in your seat. The lady, can you get that part of the beat again? It's from Côte d'Ivoire. And then we go. Some people are here. They rock. Okay. In a gentle way, can you rise small? Is the beat coming? We're expected to have fun. Oh, it's a beautiful. I don't know whether we've gotten into afternoon already. Yes, it's afternoon already. Yes, time is spent, but I trust we're having a wonderful time. I would humbly want to plead. I mean, while I give you the opportunity to stretch a little bit, a lot of people, but I can understand. Maybe some just quickly want to use the washroom and come back. Please, ushers, if you can, bring everyone back to their seat, because we are at one of the most critical moments, one of the most important sessions for which we gathered here at this workshop. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are here, you just came in, it's the 3rd annual Autism Consultation and Workshop, and it's proudly in association and organized with GTBank. It's fully on their chest, and they are funding it all, and we're grateful. A round of applause for GTBank. All right, so I'll quickly move in while we were introducing our stakeholders who have joined us. We mentioned that they have come from several parts of the world. When she approaches you, she will tell you exactly where she is located. But I'm happy to let you know this afternoon that Modupe Emansogi is a psychiatrist Modupe is a highly qualified and experienced psychiatrist, deeply committed to mental health and neurodiversity with a strong foundation in integrative care. I am happy to let you know, distinguished guests, that she embraces patient-centered, science-based model that empowers both patients and practitioners. It would interest you to know that this collaborative approach focuses on addressing the root causes of dysfunction and promoting optimal wellness. You would want to get a bite of her in-depth knowledge, and she says she's willing to share with you, especially at today's function. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, help me welcome Modupe Imasogi. Hello, yes.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Modupe Imasogi, and I'm a consultant, child and adolescent psychiatrist based in the UK. Akwaiba. All dignity, all protocols duly observed. Thank you to GTBank for inviting me to come and grace these very beautiful locations. Before I start, I would like to ask the audience just some few questions, give them opportunity to ask me questions. Like I said, I like to work with people's questions. I like to hear from you. I'm here to present autism, or ASD, autism spectrum disorders and comorbidities. What that simply means is that comorbidities are just other conditions that can come alongside autism. I just want to check the knowledge base of my audience. Are you aware of other mental health problems that people who have autism may have? Or does anyone have any questions? I'm happy to answer.
Hello.
Anyone?
Please, if you have a question.
Any
or something.
takers? Okay. Anyways, I'll start my presentation. Okay, do we have a question there? Yeah.
So you asked about if there were any other comorbidity or anyone knows. I was going to say
Common conditions that commonly occur.
common conditions.
That occur with
Depression.
Depression, well done. Okay, so ASD, or autism spectrum disorder, is a neurodevelopmental condition. Yeah. That simply means that this condition arises, just like our first speaker says, right as the brain develops. It's a condition that is a lifespan condition. Sometimes symptoms can improve, sometimes symptoms do deteriorate. It depends on various factors. So in autism, it's characterized by three main symptoms: social communication difficulties, social interactional difficulties, rigid or repetitive behavior. So when we talk about social communication difficulties, we're talking about not being able to initiate conversations with other people. We're talking about not being able to do back and forth conversation with other people. We're talking about an eye contact, or not being able to, when it comes to your communication, not being able to gesture with your body language what you want. In social interaction, the need to be by themselves, not wanting to interact with others, or not having the skill set required for them to interact. Also, you have rigid and repetitive behaviors. So you could have stereotypes in the way they talk, in their mannerism. They could also present with fixation on particular interest. They could have hypersensitivity, sometimes hyposensitivity to sensory stimuli. So those are the things that you will commonly see in autism spectrum disorder. And alongside autism spectrum disorder, we have other neurodevelopmental conditions. They are not on my slide, but I'm going to talk you through them. because we are talking about conditions that actually come alongside autism. So there are about 8 conditions that you can find alongside autism. So we have things like that are also neurodevelopmental. They affect the brain right from early development all through lifetime sometimes. So we have things like ADHD, we have dyslexia, we have dyspraxia, we have dyscalculia, we have auditory processing difficulties, we have visual processing difficulties, we have learning difficulties, we have speech and language problems, we have also what we would call, I've talked about dyscalculia, dyspraxia, and we have sensory processing difficulties. So those are also neurodevelopmental conditions that can occur in autism. And autism, like the last speaker said, is more common in boys than in girls. It's more commonly diagnosed in boys than in girls. Statistics from, the statistics I have for Ghana, 1 in 90 people are diagnosed, or 1 in 90 children or people are diagnosed with autism, and that is quite common also in Nigeria. But we do know that statistically, they are underdiagnosed in Africa, and that's simply down to the fact of about cultural awareness, which is one of the reasons why we are holding this program. Secondly, it is down to the fact that there is a stigma around mental health problem, and also there is that lack of resources. And when we talk about resources, it's having the personnel who can understand autism and actually diagnose autism. It's not everyone who can pick out the symptoms of autism. Okay. So common conditions that we have with autism, let's start with ADHD, for instance. ADHD also is a neurodevelopmental condition that has 3 main groups of symptoms: inattention, hyperactivity, and impulsivity. So when you talk about inattention, it's not being able to sustain attention to things that really matter. But it is not that children that have ADHD cannot sustain attention all the time. ADHD and autism overlap, and I'll tell you where the overlap is. They both can hyper-focus. So that means that, let's say something, for instance, I like yellow balloons. I have ADHD. Usually, I will be able to hyper-focus on yellow balloons. I can spend hours on this. However, if you give me red balloons, or you give me maybe the glitter, come and play with this, or let's read a book around glitter, I can't sustain my attention. So that is where autism and ADHD overlap. Also, autism and ADHD overlap in executive dysfunction. So when we talk about executive dysfunction, this is a function of our frontal lobe, our brain. The job of that part of the brain is about 4 or 5-fold. 1, prioritizing, planning, organization, flexibility. So let's say, for instance, you want to bake a cake, for instance. All the steps that are necessary for you to start right from the beginning up until you bake the cake, all the sequence of events, writing your shopping list, putting all the ingredients together, going shopping, putting everything together, baking your cake, putting it in the oven, and arranging it. That is what we call executive functioning. What happens in people who have ADHD and autism is that we have executive dysfunction. This part of the brain, the frontal lobe, is the last part of the brain to develop up until the age of 25. So whether you're neurotypical or neurodiverse, your frontal lobe does not usually develop up until the age of 25. So however, because we say autism, ADHD, and neurodevelopment, that means that your brain development is slightly slower. It's not that it would not develop. So that means that if it's 25 for the general population, it might be more delayed with you. And as a result of that, what you would typically find is that children with autism, for their own executive dysfunction, they stay with something and they cannot shift. Let's say, for instance, they like the green plant, and now we finish the task around the green plant, and we need to play with the balloons over there. They can't move from it. So we call it set shifting. They can't shift their sets. They can't move to the next thing. For children who have ADHD, the problem is that they are not even aware of time. They have what we call time blindness. They can be so engrossed, they'll play with the plants, play with the yellow one, play with the green one, play with the red one, that they are not even aware. But it's also executive dysfunction. So you will find out that they are both overlapping in that area. So that is the similarities or the between ADHD, where they overlap, where ASD and autism will overlap. Another commonly occurring problem that happens in autism is anxiety disorder. Children who have autism commonly will present with anxiety disorder. So, and what you would probably notice is that, one, the child is asking questions repeatedly. They're asking you the same question because they're probably anxious. Sometimes it's anxiety about transitions or moving. For example, going to school. For example, going out. What are we going to see? Who is going to be there? So they have a lot of social anxiety. That is the most common anxiety disorder that you will find usually with people who have autism. There are other forms of anxiety that they could have. We have OCD. OCD simply means obsessive compulsive disorder, whereby, and that is also an overlap with autism because children who have autism have compulsions. So that means they are compelled to do things in a repetitive way. If you remember at the beginning of my talk, I said something about the fact they have rigid, repetitive behaviors. OCD also presents with compulsions whereby you are compelled to do things in a particular way, maybe counting rituals, cleaning rituals. And however, before you do that, there is a thought in your mind, an image in your mind. We call that an obsession. And, sorry. Okay, yeah, sorry. Okay. Sorry, they told me I was not using my slide because I didn't have the pointer with it. I do apologize about that. I'm just talking. Okay, so with, we talked about ADHD and autism, yeah, anxiety disorders and autism. They have commonly occurring anxiety disorders. We have generalized anxiety disorders, we have specific anxiety disorders, and we have specific phobias. So we have GAD, specific phobias like animal phobias, insect phobias. We have social anxiety. We have talked before. That is very, very common in children who have ASD. And the reason why they have social anxiety simply is because, remember one of the definitions of ASD, the triad of symptoms: social communication difficulties, social interactional difficulties, so that children who have ASD feel they don't have enough skills sometimes to interact, and that makes them very socially anxious because, one, they fear judgment, they fear being criticized, they don't know how to relate with their peers in an appropriate way, and that causes an anxiety in them. They could also have a generalized anxiety, they could have OCD, and they could have specific phobias like needle phobia, not wanting to take injections, like insect phobia, spider phobia. Whatever it is, we call them all anxiety. Another commonly occurring problems that we have in ASD is eating disorders. And children who have autism spectrum disorders can have eating disorders because of the following reasons. One, they have sensory sensitivities, texture sensitivities, as in they don't like the texture of particular foods, too hot, too cold, too coarse, too fine. Different things affect people differently. Also, other eating disorders that they can have is things like eating things that are not food, eating clay, eating paper. Yeah? Those are things that also can occur in children who have ASD. And that is simply down to the fact that it's something that is very common in children who have autism to have eating problems. And that can cause them gastrointestinal problems, whereby they get constipated or they get diarrhea, and that causes problems along the line for them. We also have another commonly occurring condition called depression. In depression, you're talking about persistent low mood. that is presenting with low energy levels, poor concentration. Sometimes you have thoughts of suicide, of not wanting to be here, hopelessness, worthlessness, all this occurring for more than 2 weeks. And when you have a child who has autism, you would notice a change in their behavior. And sometimes it is not just low mood that you see in them. You see irritability, getting angry easily. And the child was not like that before. So you need to check that what has made this child's mood suddenly change. And if you look at, it's a specific criteria that we use in diagnosing depression in them. If they have all these symptoms as a cluster for more than 2 weeks, we can diagnose depression also in them. A commonly occurring condition that we have also in autism is epilepsy. About 30% of people who have autism may have epilepsy. And I would say there is another overlap between epilepsy, autism, and learning difficulties. We would come down to learning disability very, very soon. Usually, because autism has genetic components to it, and it's found out that people who have epilepsy, autism, and learning disability, there is a high incidence of epilepsy amongst these three co-occurring conditions. There are 3 different conditions, but there is something like a genetic component that links the 3 of them. Epilepsy is usually diagnosed by pediatric neurologists or older neurologists. It is when you have seizures that is unpredictable, that is happening at a regular frequency. When you go and see your neurologist, they will put you on anticonvulsant medication to manage this. I've talked about gastrointestinal disorders, whereby they eat things sometimes that are non-food items, or they prefer particular foods. Sometimes they don't want to eat any fruits. Sometimes they don't want to eat any vegetables. They might want to eat one particular brand of food, or maybe just only carbohydrate. They get impacted. They get constipation. We'll probably send them, because I'm a child psychiatrist. I work alongside developmental pediatricians. So usually when I have a child like that who is having gastrointestinal symptoms, we usually refer to the pediatricians to see and to evaluate and to find out. Also, because they don't like particular foods, the gut flora, or what we call that the gut flora sometimes is abnormal. That is what is also causing them to either have diarrhea or have whatever. But there is a high incidence of gastrointestinal disorders in children who have autism. Then sleep disorders. About at least 40 to 60% of children who have autism will also have sleep disorders. There is a lot of research that has gone into why can't these children, why do they struggle with sleeping? What has been found is that they don't produce enough melatonin. Melatonin is an hormone that our body produces when it turns dark. So we all produce melatonin when it becomes dark in the evening. And what that does is to help us to fall asleep. However, in people who have neurodiversity, whether it's autism or ADHD, some research have shown that they don't produce enough melatonin. So sometimes we would provide sleep hygiene measures for them, but alongside we will provide also melatonin supplements to the children to help them. Another condition, although it's not on my slide, that is very, very important, that overlaps with autism a lot, is learning disability. At least 1/3, the new research has shown that 1/3 of children who have autism will also have learning disability. And the way learning disability, the overlap between learning disability and autism is that both of them share social communication challenges. So that means that a child who has learning disability, who has autism, both of them will have difficulties in communicating to others what they want. That is one overlap. Another thing is that they also share the genetic component, whereby there are certain genetic conditions, things like Down syndrome, Fragile X, they cause both learning disability and can cause autism also. So that is where they overlap in the shared genetic traits and also in the way the children present. In learning disabilities, there's a school of thought that says there's learning difficulties. In the UK, we talk about learning disabilities and learning difficulties. Learning difficulties example is dyslexia, whereby you struggle with recognition, language recognition, being able to recognize words, letters. You mix them up. There is dyscalculia, which we classify as also a learning difficulty, whereby you struggle with mathematical concepts. There is also dysgraphia, where you struggle with writing down ideas. You will see children with very, very poor handwriting. I'm going to say, sometimes people make jokes that doctors don't have handwriting. So I belong to that. I don't really write very, very well. I prefer to type because my handwriting is so illegible. However, I don't have dysgraphia. It's just that my brain is faster than my handwriting. So I know how to transfer head knowledge. I can transfer my head knowledge onto paper. However, we have children that are in schools who actually struggle with transferring what they have in their head into paper. And with that, we have interventions from school whereby you can get a scribe. You have somebody who will sit down with them and they will talk to the person and the person will be the one scribing for them, writing for them. So it's not that they are dumb or dumber. It's simply that they have a condition called dysgraphia whereby their handwriting is totally illegible and they can't transfer that idea onto paper. So we have another condition called nonverbal learning difficulty and learning disorder. What this simply means is that they cannot interpret gestures, eye contact. So these are the children, and that also overlaps with autism. Just because you have a nonverbal learning disorder does not mean you have autism. Like I said at the beginning, autism is a cluster of symptoms: social interactional problem, social communication problem, restrictive and repetitive behavior. But we have this learning difficulty called nonverbal learning difficulty. So that means they can't read body language. So that means if mommy takes them out and says to them, "Don't eat pop-off in that house," it's the kind of child that'll be asking you, "Mommy, why are you blinking several times? What is wrong with your eyes?" Do you understand? Because they can't read your body language, and it's strange to them. Why is she blinking at me? But the mom is trying to pass a message and say, "Don't eat pop-off in that place. I've warned you before." But they can't read your body language, and the child gets probably beaten for doing something that you tell them not to do. They can't read body language. They can't read facial expression, and it's a real disorder. It's one of the learning difficulties that we have. We also have visual processing difficulties. We have audio processing difficulties, whereby they can't process, when you talk about visual, things that they see, they can't process it fast enough. Things that they hear for audio, they can't process it fast enough. Then let's go to learning disability, which is different from learning difficulties that I've just outlined now. In learning disability, the children who present with learning disability present with inability to learn at a pace that is developmentally normal for the children of the same age. It is not that they cannot learn, it's the fact that they are not learning at that same pace. They struggle also with adapting complex information, manipulating complex information, being able to use all the information they have at hand to arrive at a conclusion. And usually for this class of people, we do what is called an IQ test. Usually when you have an IQ test, or what we call intelligence quotient, that is less than 70, we would say you have a learning disability. And it can range from mild to profound, from mild learning disability to moderate to severe to profound. And based on the level of your severity, that will determine the level of support that you have. In wrapping up my talk so that I can take questions from the audience. My final thought is that with autism, there is an array of different conditions that can co-occur with autism. And it is very, very important that all these conditions are recognized early. They are treated because they impact very much on the quality of life that the young person or an adult who has autism would live. Early recognition is key. Treatment is key. Sometimes it's medication, sometimes it's different therapies based on what is diagnosed that we would use. And also, when these conditions are being recognized, it improves their outcome, it improves their functioning, it improves their ability to cope with things in general. Thank you so much for listening to me. I'm now going to give the audience the chance to ask some questions.
Doctor, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Please, I'm Esther, CP mother. Please, can you hear me well?
Yeah.
All right. I want to ask, though today is awareness of autism, but it's similar to my son's case. So, can you explain to me, my son, he cannot move, he cannot do anything, he's 10 years. So can you explain to me more about his case?
Okay. Just to summarize what you've asked, you said your son has cerebral palsy.
Yes.
I have a developmental pediatrician. That is not my field. I'm going to defer to Dr. Kilo, who is a developmental pediatrician. She can help with that. I don't diagnose that. That is not within the remit of my work. But my colleague, Dr. Kilo, will answer that for you.
Where's the mom who asked the question? Okay, so I want to make sure that I heard the question correct. So I'm just going to repeat the question, okay? Because I was busy talking here, asking a question myself. And so I'm sorry for that. But I want to make sure, you said your child has cerebral palsy, and you want to know how you can help your child. What specific thing do you want help with your child? Because cerebral palsy will present with a plethora of symptoms. So we need to know specifically, are you struggling with communication? Are you struggling with direct instruction? Are you struggling with understanding? So we need to know all of that. But what is the problem? Okay. Okay. So I don't know if I want to go, do we want to do this in breakout session or just talk to her one-on-one? Just briefly, speech therapy, physical therapy to address the motor skills, speech to address communication, and what other thing? Learning. For learning, of course, a special education needs teacher will definitely address this area. So I'm sure the team here will absolutely, everyone who's here in the team, in consultation, can put all of that together for you and give you an individualized plan just for your child, okay?
Thank you, Dr. Kilo. Thank you for helping out with that.
A few things, please. When we say cerebral palsy, we're saying all the areas of skills acquisition for that child have been delayed, including motor, working, social skill, how you interact, communication, language, speech have been delayed. So, for that child to acquire skill, after the assessment, all the areas of the skills will be worked on. So for you to understand, it means a global developmental delay. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any other questions? Yeah. Can we come to the side of the hall, please? Thank you, Tommy. Anyone? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm Benjamin from Kumasi. This is my son. He'll be 5 October.
Okay.
He can jog like 3 hours. Doesn't get rest.
So you're saying that your son runs around for almost 3 hours. So we call that hyperactivity, and he doesn't get tired.
Yes.
So what is your question?
So he'll be 5 October.
Mm-hmm.
And your earlier submission, the brain developed from, let's say, 1 to 3. So can we do anything about it? See,
Okay.
It's 4. It will be 5 October.
Okay. That wasn't my presentation. I didn't talk about brain development age 1 to 3, but I can address your question. So what you're asking me is that you have a child who is hyperactive and you want an assessment to be done. We need to do an assessment to rule out neurodevelopmental conditions, either ADHD, because that is where you have hyperactivity. Is there any other thing that your son has difficulties with?
Always laughing.
He's always laughing. He's smiling. Who is he smiling with? When he smiles, is he directed at you, or he's just smiling by himself? Yes. So it's a non-social smile that he's smiling. Any other difficulties?
But you can't say mommy or daddy.
Okay, he's
like,
also
always like singing, playing drum.
Oh, okay. So that means he makes a lot of noises, but no actual words.
Yes.
That would be something that we would need to address when we start the clinics tomorrow. Are you able to bring him for the clinics tomorrow? Okay. What did you say?
I have to go to work tomorrow morning.
Can his mom come?
No. Yeah, Kumasi.
Okay, till Saturday. We are here till Saturday. Can you bring him so we can see him and do an assessment on your son? It's going to be a brief assessment. Because I don't have the full history, I can't give you diagnosis from the stage. I need to understand the background to why he's acting the way he's acting. Then we can help you and signpost you to where you can go. But I think that if he's not talking, if he's hyperactive, if he's making lots of nonsensical noises, because what you're saying is that he doesn't have actual words, yeah? That means he's not yet communicating verbally. He smiles, but his smile is not directed at anyone. So that is a non-social smile. I think he has a neurodevelopmental condition, but I need to do an assessment, or one of my colleagues needs to do an assessment before we can tell you what is going with your son and how to access support. So we would appreciate if you can please bring him. Is that okay? Okay. Thank you.
I'm Reverend Takui. I'm a counseling psychologist. Actually, I came in about autism, what it means, all about autism. But in your presentation, you mentioned epilepsy. Yeah. I was counseling a guy who normally goes off, and I've done that for about 6 months. But still the problem is still there. And I realized that it's an epilepsy. And he gets wounds all over his body. But the point is that I want to know, how do I counsel such a person? He's a young guy. He's a young guy,
Like I explained, I'm just going to reframe your question. So you said you have a young person, you work as a guidance counselor, you're counseling a young man who has epilepsy, but you thought he had autism before, but you've now suddenly realized it's epilepsy. Is that the question? Okay. In the first instance, we don't diagnose epilepsy just by looking at people. He needs to see a neurologist. They need to do a brain scan and identify whether he has abnormal electrical activity in his brain. It is when we have that abnormal electrical activity in the brain, we diagnose epilepsy. And when that diagnosis is made by my neurologist colleagues, they will put him on an anti-epileptic medication, which stabilizes the seizure and removes the abnormal electrical activity. With epilepsy, you could have psychiatric complications, such as lip smacking. You could have unconscious behavior. They can behave even erratically sometimes when they are going through the seizures. But I can't just diagnose it by looking at somebody. For certain types of epilepsy, like the tonic-clonic epilepsy, the generalized seizures, where the person goes, the common ones that we see, that they will start falling on the ground and they will start foaming, that you can see and say maybe they have epilepsy, because there are people who also have mental health problems that present like epilepsy, but it is not epilepsy. It's actually because they have emotional symptoms that makes them present like if they have epilepsy. So some people have functional epilepsy, whereby they present like somebody who is epileptic, but we call it non-epilepsy. So we have to actually do a brain scan to distinguish between somebody who has functional symptoms, which is a psychiatric problem, from somebody who has real epilepsy, which is a neurological symptom. Does that help you? Counseling will not help until we make that distinction. Is that all right? Do we have any other questions?
We have a lot.
You have questions? Sorry.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Just one more and that will be the end. We have our closing session. We have 1 hour to ask loads of questions. The lady in yellow. Yeah.
So I can see we have a lot of us have lots of questions. So we're still going to have the panel session. So we can wait and then ask all of our questions during the panel session, so that we'll be able to give Tommy the opportunity to have our presentation. So please wait behind. We have the panel, the breakout session, and once we have the breakout session, you can ask all the questions you want. Okay, thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to talk to you all. Okay, the lady in yellow, please. Thank you, Shalakwe. The lady in yellow, can you give her the mic, please? Thank you.
Good afternoon, I'm Stella. I'm actually a preschool teacher. And one of the problems or challenges that I usually encounter is parents who have special needs children and will not want to accept it, and so will not communicate it with the teacher. When it happens that way, we find it very difficult in how to handle the children. For instance, in the presentation, some of the symptoms that you gave out, we are able to tell, I'm able to tell that some of the children have it, or 1 or 2 have. What do I do as a teacher in that instance?
I'm going to differ because I'm not an educator, but I have Lady Joanne. She will help you with that. She's an SEND specialist. Joanne, please, can you kindly answer the question about parents not recognizing symptoms in their children? I'm not going to move from my own profession. She's the lady to ask that question, please.
That's a wonderful question. And I would advise you as an early child educator, you're not a specialist, but you need to have a book where you're writing all your observation, the day it happens, the time. And if it's consistent, you work with an hierarchy of staff in your school. So you either go to your head of department or your head of school. Share that. Never approach a parent with any of that, because it's not your specialty. You're not the one to do the diagnosis. Then once you have all your documents and all your observations written down, it's for your school principal or your head of school to call in the parents. I tell you from research, 80% of the time, parents will always be in denial. Being in this field for over 30 years, parents will always be in denial, because there's this thing about shock to denial to acceptance. And so once you've done that, your job is done. It's leave it for the head of school, but please always document everything. Not even just for the kids with disabilities, even for the neurotypical kids. I always tell teachers, have a book where you're writing, constantly writing what you find out about a kid. And then once the school principal, then they can now make a referral. And thanks to, what's your name, man? Rose, thanks to, that was just phenomenal. You have everything in this country that will support that kid. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the time. I'm going to give it over to my colleague, Tony.
Well, Doctor, thank you very much. I think she deserves a thunderous round of applause, please. Let's celebrate Dr. Modupe. Doc, we're grateful. Please, facilitators and consultants, help me do something. Can you rise and wave at them? I just want them to understand something, our audience to understand. So facilitators, look at them, countless. All of them were brought for you. Please. When they say, would you make time? Some have traveled all the way from the United Kingdom to be here with us. When they say, can you make time, please? Tell your boss, you know my son's situation. It's just some hours out of the time. And please, you know fellows who are not here. Tell them GTBank has made it possible. They are here in their numbers. And for the breakout sessions and the time they are here, we want to see even more numbers. Please, would you be charging for your service? Oh, we didn't hear. Are you charging for the service? When they come to your facility, would you charge them?
Yes.
When they come all the way to London, would you charge them?
Yes.
Please take advantage, oh. Let the announcement go out, oh. Who is going to tell somebody about this? Yeah, they are waving. You know your friends. Yes, you've met some of them. You know the schools. Please, madam, you know some of them. Our tutors, let them take advantage. There was something that was said, very key. For a parent, it's very difficult to accept, oh, hey, my son is autistic. You call your pastor first. Do we normally do that? Pastor, my hometown people are after me again. Oh, my son, can you pray? And then we pray, and sometimes things are not. And then now we start to seek medical attention. But we thank God you are all here and you share all this with us. We're also grateful to GTBank. You couldn't have done it any better. We're so grateful. Please, we're moving to the next speaker. I'm sorry for taking a little bit of your time, but I'm happy that Tommy Adeleye is here. She's a speech therapist. She's done this so well, and I call her a global icon. On the international scenes, and today she says, well, if it's an issue on the communication spectrum, I am here to help you. Please, if you want to hear more, let's give her a thunderous round of applause. Tommy, when I come back, I'll read all about you.
This one's working. Okay, perfect. Good morning, everyone. I know everyone is hungry, so I'm going to try and be fast. One thing I would say, you need your phones out, because I'm not going to have time to go through every single slide in my presentation. But what I've done is I've made QR codes. So if there's anything that's interesting to you, there's some information you can download, and there are videos that explain the information I'm talking about. So get your phones ready. We might need that later. Okay, so we know that in autism, one of the main features is difficulty with communication and interaction. But how many of you know the difference between communication and interaction? Hands up. Who knows the difference? No one? Okay. I'm going to explain it to you, and hopefully, in 2 minutes, we should all know. All right. I'm picking microphone up. This one? This one. Okay. All right. Perfect. Oh, no, I don't want this slide up. We're giving them the answers. Thank you. All right. So I'm going to communicate now. And I'm going to communicate to the gentleman here in the red tie. Excellent. What am I communicating to you, sir?
Sorry.
What did I say to you?
Well.
Thank you. I sent a message to this wonderful gentleman in the red tie, and I asked him to come, and he reacted instinctively, didn't he? He understood my communication. So the communication was me sending a message to someone else. Interaction is a little bit different. I'm going to show you what interaction is. And I'm going to pick the lady in the lovely black suit here. Perfect. I was praying. So, what was the difference here? I sent a message here. I also sent a message here. My message was greetings. Hello. But what happened in return? She waved back. So she responded to the message that I sent. He responded by complying with my action, but you communicated back with me. You interacted with me. So that's the difference between communication and interaction. And we know that all people around us are communicating, but not everybody has the opportunity to interact. We're not responding to the message that's being sent. So hopefully, at the end of this presentation, we'll learn better ways to interact with our loved ones, our family members, the clients that we work with who have difficulties with communication and interaction. Okay. So, we have those of you saying, but I have a loved one or someone that I work with who's nonverbal. They don't communicate at all in our minds. They're not sending any messages, they're nonverbal. I want us to read one line on this slide that's the most important line. It says, some autistic children are delayed in their use of language, and some autistic adults don't use speech. In those cases, other methods of communication need to be established. So if you feel like you have someone that you can't communicate with yet, it's our job to establish a method of communicating with them and allowing them to send their message to us and for us to interpret it and respond to it. Okay? That's our job today. All right. So, we're going to go through a few different things, and I want you as the audience to help me decide what's behavior and what's communication. So I need my first helpers to come up. We have a busy traffic scene. I'm a Nigerian, so we're going to imagine we're in Lagos. Please come to the stage. Okay. And we're going to be thinking about something called gestures. We all know what gestures are, and we're going to have an example of some gestures in busy, heavy Lagos traffic. It's 8:30, both these men need to get to work. Okay, perfect, thank you so much. What did that gesture mean? I had shege here. What else? What does it mean? Your mother. Some other things. Thunder fire you. Yeah? Someone's in traffic. Have we ever felt like that? Someone just cut you off. You can't speak to them. They can't hear you. So you use a gesture. And we all know what it means. All right? Gestures. Sorry, can we go back to the table? Is that behavior or communication? Hands up for behavior. Hands up for communication. Well done. Gestures are communication. So even if a child is gesturing in a way that we don't like, stamping their feet, pushing, flinging their arm away, it's a gesture. We might not like it, but it's communication. Let's stop treating it like behavior alone. There might be behaviors mixed in, but let's look at the communication first, okay? Next one, please. We have a scene at home. We have a couple, they're running late. There's a wedding. The wedding started 3 hours ago. Let's see what happened.
We're late, please. Can you hurry up? It's time. Yeah, we're getting late. We're getting late.
Okay, let's go. Thank you. Thank you. Perfect. All right. Now, in this scenario, at first he communicated verbally. We're getting late. Look at the time. Let's go. At the end, he was nonverbal. What was he doing? He was pacing. He stamped his foot. How many of you have had this look? What does this look mean? It's time. Time is going. I'm sure I'm going to get it soon because I need to hurry up with my presentation. But he communicated by looking at the object that held meaning. That was communication. It wasn't behavior. He was communicating to something to her, which she eventually responded to. Okay. We've got two more scenarios. Here we have a busy, I'm not sure where we are, maybe marketplace, maybe upscale boutique, we'll find out.
Madam, things for sale, things for sale. Pick your choice, pick your choice. Madam, I have good product here. African Panacea. African Panacea will help you with anything. Madam, you give 1 teaspoon to your child. 1 teaspoon only. Your child can become the next Sarkozy. Madam, you give 4 teaspoon only. You open the mouth, put 4 teaspoon, madam. Your child will become the next Eastwood Anaba. Madam, 1 teaspoon alone, 1 teaspoon, Jackie Appiah has been made. 1/4 teaspoon. Madam, African Panacea, 1/4 teaspoon, 1/4 teaspoon. Dance God Lloyd. Kwata.
Is she responding to the communication right now? What is our buyer communicating? She's pointing to what she actually wants. So all the language in the world is not helping. She's showing her exactly what she wants by reaching for the object that she wants. We do this as adults. Do we respond when our young people, our loved ones with autism, reach for something? Maybe they have some physical impairments and it's not that clear. Thank you. But they reach. What is that? Behavior or communication? Communication. Okay. And we've got 2 more scenarios. Here, we're at a party. Tolu and Tolu and Joy have just got into the party. Tolu sees her best friend, Sholape, over there. What just happened? Did you notice what Sholape did? This one on the stage. Did you notice anything? Anybody notice anything? We might need to do it again. One more time, please, ladies. Thank you. I want you to focus on Sholape. Focus on how she sent her message to her best friend, Tolu, in the black dress. She showed signs of distress, which we as adults interpreted, I don't want that lady near me. Move her before there's a scene. How many times do we pick up on the eyes of our loved ones if they're nonverbal? Their mouths, the grimace, the body language. Are we interpreting the message and responding to it? Let's try and be better detectives. In our final scene, we're going to look at something that we all know, echolalia. That's when you repeat something back. What is your name? What is your name? We know many children who just repeat back what we say. Let's have a look at how we as people who may not struggle with communication or interaction use echolalia ourselves. Okay.
Good afternoon, sis. Good afternoon, sis. Oh, good afternoon, ma. Better. How will you greet me? Good afternoon, sis. Good afternoon, ma. Hey, hold me.
Thank you. So did you see what happened? Lola sent such a specific message through copying back what was said to her. She didn't respond by changing the topic. She didn't address it. All she did was repeat what was said. But we got the message, didn't we? Okay. So I think hopefully we've understood how important it is to understand and respond to the message no matter what form it comes in. Non-verbal, verbal, gestures, pointing, echolalia, eye contact, crying, distress behavior, all of these are features of functions of communication. Let's be sensitive to them. Okay, so we know that some people struggle very much with their communication. But what causes the difference between someone who is nonverbal and someone who communicates like this? And we're going to have the video, the first video of the girl. Thank you.
Let me ask you a serious question. What does it look like? What does it look like? Because I want to let people know that autism is a spectrum and it's not just a one-size nonverbal human being. So tell me, what does it look like to you? Because I don't know when it became cool to have autism, but I was never part of that train. But I've been struggling with certain things for my entire duration of my life, not even understanding or knowing why I feel so different, why I'm so bad at making eye contact, why is it so hard for me to be around people, why do I feel like my skin is crawling when people touch me?
We can end it here.
I don't know. But
Thank you.
Know.
All right. So, that lady there, she has autism. Very different. Not what we look for when we picture autism. But autism is a spectrum. That's what this workshop, what this program this year is about. The spectrum of autism. And we're talking today about the spectrum of communication. So hopefully in the next few minutes, we're going to run through techniques and tips that we can use to communicate with people who are non-verbal, all the way up to people who can communicate at her level, okay? And what's the difference? Well, the things that divide those who can communicate at her level and those who really have significant challenges with their communication and interaction are their ability to interact, their ability to understand what is going on around them, and how and why they communicate. We're going to move on to the next slide. Now, I'm not sure if you've seen this triad before: means, reasons, and opportunity. For us to communicate, we need all three. We need a way to communicate to someone, we need a reason to say something, and we need the opportunity to say it. Okay? We're going to move on quickly because we don't have time. All right. Now, there are different stages of communication. Once we've got past that understanding, there's the pre-intentional and there's the intentional stage. At the pre-intentional stage, we're talking about what we would see in typically developing infants. Babbling, cooing, noises that they're making. It's communication, but it's not intentional. It's not there with a message behind it. And then we've got the intentional, which doesn't have to be spoken words and language, but there is a message behind the communication attempt there. All right, do we understand that? I'm going to show you a little boy that I worked with. This is me on the swing. Can we get that video ready? And this boy was at the pre-intentional stage of communication. He could say words, he could repeat nursery rhymes, but he didn't use them to send a message. He just sang to himself. He said the words to himself. He was never trying to communicate with anyone. He hadn't realized or made that switch between how if he communicates something to someone, good things happen. I can control my environment, I can influence other people's actions, and I can get my needs and wants met, plus more. But initially, those are the initial things that most young people, children, developing adults learn, okay? We're going to see how I worked with him to get him to understand and make that leap between pre-intentional and intentional communication. Do we have the video ready? If not, I'll have the QR code and we can skip over. No. Swing one. Sorry, I've had to be quicker, so I've skipped some. No, not Gabriel. Look, swing one. But since we have Gabriel up, let's talk about Gabriel. Some of you might say, the student I work with is so severe. Can you hear me? On top of this, maybe we can turn the volume down just at the beginning of the video. Okay. So Gabriel, in this video, the young man, he was one of the most significant cases that they had in this center, which was all staffed by highly experienced therapists, psychologists, psychiatrists, all versed in intensive interaction, which is one of the tools and techniques that we use to engage children or young people who struggle with that interaction, sending a message, waiting for the response, communicating their thoughts and ideas and feelings. You can see him in this video here. Maybe we can turn the volume up and you can hear he's screaming at the moment, fiddling with things, not paying attention. Maybe if we can go back to just that little bit there where he was in front of the wardrobe and play the sound. Sorry, I'm giving audio-visual tasks.
He's diagnosed as having autism and he's got a severe learning disability and severe...
Can we go back 30 seconds or so? Just before here?
That is really important, because one of the problems we have is that we tend to assume that other people's...
I'm not sure if you can quite hear him, but he's screaming and he makes those noises, and most of the time they reported that that's what he did all day. They just couldn't get into his world. So the next slide I'm going to show you is a QR code. I'd like you all to go home and watch what they did with Gabriel and how far they came with him. Because I don't want any of you to say, my child is too hard to work with. I can't get through, I can't make progress, I can't get him to communicate with me. Because if they could do it with Gabriel, I'm sure we can find a way that's tailored to your child to help them communicate and have a means, a way to communicate with us. Okay? So... Where's the next slide? Sorry, not this.
Really be able to make eye contact. So in clinic.
Hopefully we'll come up to a QR code. It'll be on the screen. You'll be able to see it soon. Okay. So one of the things that they used with Gabriel was following his lead. It's hard to get someone to communicate with you when they're not interested in what you're doing. Sometimes the way to get through to someone is to join them in the conversation that they're interested in talking about or having. And if they're at that nonverbal stage, we want to join them in the activity that they're doing. So, if your young person, adult with autism, is flicking leaves, Maybe you join them. You flick leaves too. Follow their lead. You do that until they start to notice you in their world. That's the first step to communication. They have to notice you. You can't communicate with someone who's not aware that you're there. All right? So we enter their world. Best way to do that, follow their lead. My clicker doesn't seem to be working, but can we go to follow their lead, please, in the slide? The next one is being face-to-face. We all know, I've skipped that now, sorry, but that's a video there. You can go back on my slides and have a look at what I did to move between pre-intentional and intentional. The next one was to be face-to-face. We're going to skip through because I think that you should know how that works. Get down at their level, look at them. You don't need to force them to have eye contact with you. The work is on us. We need to get down, we need to follow them. Don't be annoying. If I go close to, what's your name? Josiah, and I'm like this, will he like that? No. Being face-to-face doesn't mean being in his face. It means being in his line of vision. So I'm going to stay here. And I'm not going to do it for too long so I don't become annoying, but just enough to get those moments of engagement. Okay. We're going to find opportunities to interact. Now you might say, you know, my loved one, my person, there's nothing that they want to communicate with me. If I left them there and I did nothing, they would not get up, they would not approach me, they would just sit there for hours and hours and hours, maybe entertaining themselves through stimming or through some toy or maybe watching TV, but they would not come and interact with us. How do we create those opportunities to interact? If your child is a good eater and you all sit down and he knows normally you bring the food, you put the bowl in front of him, you give him the spoon or you feed him, what about bringing an empty bowl? Playing dumb. Sit there and act like you don't know that anything's wrong. How about if they want to go out and you're at the door? Stand there until they look at you, until they seek that eye contact to find out, why haven't you opened the door? Look for ways to create opportunities for them to interact. Notice I'm not saying talk to you, I'm not saying ask you questions, interact. Give you a look, gesture, make a vocalization, show frustration, reach for something. All of this is the starts of communication, and you can respond appropriately. Once they learn that that gesture, that look, that vocalization was understood by you and responded to that, that's going to reinforce the behavior. And over time, you will have certain looks, gestures, vocalizations, movements that now have the meaning between you and them, and you can consistently respond to, and that is your beginnings of communication. How many of you have typically developing children who would make a sound and you instinctively knew what that sound meant? No one else knew, but you knew, and you responded to it. It is the same thing with people who are struggling with communication. We need to learn our language, learn their language, and respond to it, okay? We're on slide 22, if anyone wants to help me. We want to build in time for communication. We're all busy. It's hard. It's hard to parent a child with autism. It's hard to make time to do everything, to be a parent, to earn the money, to organize things, to manage other children. So we need to be intentional about our communication. I'm not expecting you to do it every single moment of the day flawlessly. But maybe in your diaries, you can schedule time. I'm going to give this 10 minutes between 7:30 and 7:40. 10 minutes between 4:30 and 4:40 before I start the afternoon routine, and 10 minutes at night. And those 10 minutes are going to be the most fantastic 10 minutes of that child's day. You're going to focus on reading their signals, following their lead, creating opportunities to interact, and using some of the strategies that I'm going to get onto in terms of giving them an opportunity and means to communicate with you and to interact with you, okay? Then once you've got that 10 minutes and that becomes habit, you can build it up from there, okay? Perfect, thank you so much with the slides. All right, we're going to go on to the reason to communicate. Now, why did he turn around? Why did he turn around? Was it maybe because I was standing too close? Perhaps. Maybe because I told him. But what if you were walking down the street and you notice someone is walking behind you? Everywhere you go, that person is. Anything you do, you stop, they stop. You walk backwards, you scratch your head, they scratch your... Wouldn't you turn around and wonder, what's going on? Wouldn't that make you want to interact with this person? How many of us have spent the day just imitating our loved ones with autism? Do you know what they would do if you did? Go home and find out. Okay? Spend 10 minutes, go home and find out. Tell me tomorrow. Tell me at the consultations. Let's get that started. Let's give them a reason to communicate with us. Disrupt their routine. Give them a reason to communicate. Okay. Encouraging requests. Can we go to the next slide, please? Now, a lot of us, for ease, for time, for efficiency, we do a lot of things for our loved ones who might be struggling to do things for themselves. But if I didn't have to move and someone brought me beans and dodo every day, I would never go to the kitchen. I wouldn't. I have no reason to. If I could think it and things could happen, I wouldn't move. I'd be 600 pounds and on that TV show. But we need to give our children opportunities to ask for things, reasons to communicate. If we're opening a bag of crisps, do we give them the whole bag of cheese balls? Or do we give them one and hold the rest and make them ask for more? Make them signal for more, make them give us eye contact to show that they need more, okay? Let's encourage requests. Offer a toy or a game that is difficult to operate. Now, I don't know anybody like the parent of a special needs child who doesn't lock their phone. Everyone else has a password. Parents of a special needs child, 50% will have it unlocked. Why? Because they don't want to have to keep putting their fingerprint there and unlocking it when it times out. Let's think about the toys, the things that we have, and how accessible they are. Try and give things that are difficult to operate or that need your support, need your help. Take the batteries out of their favorite toy. Make them need you in their world, okay? Try not to make everything so accessible. We want to get into their world and we want them to enjoy being part of ours. So we've got to create those opportunities. Okay, providing a high interest object. Now, what is a high interest object? We're on slide 27. What's a high interest object? It doesn't have to be anything fancy. Sometimes the simplest things are the best. I gave you this demonstration before with a balloon. I'm not sure I've got time to do that. But I'd like you to imagine if I just picked up one of these balloons here, I don't want to destroy the display, so I won't, and just patted it and bounced it up in the air. How long before you'd get bored? 1 minute? 2? You'd stop looking at me, you might start chatting amongst yourselves. But what if I made a theatrical show of it? I got the balloon, I blew, 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 and waited. Blew again. Now you're worried. Is it going to pop? I walk around the crowd, I stand behind someone, I blow it even more. You're all fixated. Even hearing me talk about it, I can see I've got your attention. How do we turn everyday items in our house, in our clinics, in our schools, into high-interest objects? Think about how we can extend an activity, build the anticipation, build the joint attention between us and the people that we're working with. Okay, now we're going to look at our means of communication. How can we support communication? We're on slide 29, please. I'm going to pick on the lady who gave the most wonderful presentation earlier. Sorry, remind me of your name, please.
Rose.
I'm going to challenge you, 60 seconds, as our educator here, to find 6 words. Go. Shout them out as you see. 10 seconds gone.
Seriously. Eat.
Okay, eat. 1 word. You've got 30 seconds left.
Okay.
Okay,
Live.
time's
Live.
up. That was hard. And this is our specialist. It's hard for everyone. You did well. 2 words. What made it so difficult? There were so many letters around it, right? Try and picture this as a visual way of representing when we use so many words. And we are expecting them to pick out the key words from everything that we've just said. It's hard. And it's even harder when you're under pressure. And thank you so much for being such a good sport with that. Anyone in the audience got 6? Yes? Please shout it out for me. The 6 you got. Man. Rant. Pan. Hat. Scott. Well done. Medal as well. Regal as well. Well done. Thank you so much. Now, that was a hard task for us. I want us to remember this when we are communicating. Try and keep our language brief. Simple words. If there was a fire here, you don't need me saying, stand up carefully, walk down the aisle, be careful, don't trip on anything, and get to the door. It would be fire, this exit. That's it. This door. Fire, this door. That's the kind of language we want to use at the early stages. All right, next one. Using songs and role play. Some children are Gestalt language processors. What does that mean? It means that they don't pick up language the way most typically developing children do, natural language acquisition. 1 word at a time, and they can use those words and combine them in any order to create words. So, for example, if a child has 5 words at the beginning, mummy, daddy, come, no, milk, they can say, daddy, no, mummy, come, mummy, milk, daddy, no, mummy, daddy, come. They can combine all those words. A child who is a Gestalt language processor, and this might be something for you to look up later, picks up language in chunks. So, leave me, come here, old MacDonald had a farm. That's 1 unit of language. They can't pick out farm from old MacDonald had a farm and put that and say grandpa's farm. because it's stuck within that unit that they've learned. So if you have a child that you know maybe repeats phrases, but can't combine two words together flexibly, struggles to put sentences together, but can repeat scripts from cartoons that they've read, they might be a Gestalt language processor, and please ask one of the speech and language therapists about how to work with them, because it's very different from how we would typically work with a child who is learning language in the natural language acquisition way, okay? We have to use a very different approach. Can we go to expansions, which is 32? If a child says one word, we say two. Car, blue car, fast car, slow car, daddy's car. Think about just expanding it by one step. We want to make it achievable, but we want to model what's the next step. Gestures and visual supports, that's the next slide, please. Now, there's lots of different types of gestures, as we've seen. Visual supports, there's a big array of different visual supports. We can have a now and next board. We can have symbols. You can use pictures. All of these are dependent on the individual. Learn your child or adult or young person, see what works for them, and use the visual that will support them. Sorry, I don't have time to go into it further. AAC, can I have a show of hands quickly about how many of you know what AAC is? So just a few of you. AAC stands for Alternative Augmentative Communication. That's slide 34. And there are two different types. There's low tech, which is the unaided, doesn't require any batteries. And there's the high tech, things like when people use the iPad or how Stephen Hawkins would type and talk using his device. We can look at what's appropriate for the person that you're supporting and communicating with. And the most important thing to remember with AAC, and maybe to have a chat with us during the consultations, is the AAC isn't for the person with autism. The AAC is for us both to use. So it's not just that they are pointing things and we're speaking. We are also modeling using the AAC device. I have some QR codes and some videos that you can watch in your own time, learn more about it. That's why I'm whizzing through. We don't have time today. But if you do have more questions, come and ask any of us speech therapists, and we can explain that a little bit more to you. Okay, so the low-tech AAC, we've got body language, facial expressions, Makaton, gestures, sign language. And today we're going to learn 3 signs. Okay, I want us all walking out here knowing 3 new signs. First sign, more. Okay, everyone do that? Okay, very good. Next sign, want. Want. Okay. Next sign, finished. Okay. All right. I'm going to give you a sentence now, and I want you to sign it to me. Okay. I'm going to pick the gentleman who's smiling at me. Can you stand up? Oh, no, you signed. That's why you were signing at me. No. Not you. Thank you. I saw the confidence in your eyes. Everyone is looking down now. Okay, I'm going to pick the lady. I met you last year in the red T-shirt, second row, please. Can you stand up? Oh, no, you signed too. No. Sorry. Okay, gentleman in the blue shirt here. Yes, you. Yes, please. Sorry. Please, can you come to the front for me? Thank you. All right. I'm going to whisper a sentence to him, and he's going to do his best to sign it to you. Let's have a quick recap. More? Want? Finished. I say so. Can you look? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Who thinks they can interpret the message he just gave? Please.
I want more food.
Very good. You got the second part. Who got the first part? He said, so the first part.
I'm starving.
Very good. I said, I'm hungry, I want more food. So, in 3 minutes, you were able to sign a sentence. That was pretty good, wasn't it? Can we see the official signing for I'm hungry, I want more food? Can you sign that? I'm hungry, I want more food. Not bad. Please give yourself a round of applause. You did really, really well. Now you can see we don't all need to do a 2-year BSL course. Learn the key signs and work out a method of communication with the person that you work with or you love or that you support, okay? We can all do it. All right. Objects of reference. Please, can I have a time check? Do I need to wrap up now? Yes. Okay. All right. There is more. There's objects of reference. We've got some slides on symbols, PECs, core boards, e-tran frames, GoTalk, and more devices. If you want to know anything more about that, maybe go into the breakout sessions and ask some questions with the speech therapist, or come and speak to us with your specific questions during the consultations. I hope you all have learnt the difference between communication and interaction, understand our part that we play in making sure that the message is heard and responded to, and also ways that you can create opportunities to communicate and methods that we can support our loved ones communicating with us. Yeah? Do we all feel we know that? If not, ask me questions at the end. Not now. Have a lovely lunch, everybody.
Oh, thank you so much. Please, would you give her another round of applause? Kindly please sit down. Is Lady Agnes in the house? My communications head, Agnes, is she around? Oh, Agnes, please come and sign that you are hungry and we need to get more food. So now you show me more. Yeah, and then which one? Want. Yeah. Agnes, the next announcement is we are hungry. We want more food. You don't need a mic. She was coming for the mic. Do you need a mic to sign? Agnes, they want to see you here. Yeah, they want to see you here. So, yeah. Can you see her? This is my... You still want the mic? Okay, sign with the mic.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll go for lunch now. We have lunch served. When you step out of the auditorium, it's on your left. So you can please help yourself. There are children meals as well. But we need to be back here exactly in 45 minutes. It's packed lunch, so you can either have it now or later. But within 45 minutes from now, if you can calculate it for me, we are all back at 2:23, thereabouts. So we go into the breakout sessions. The difficulty we have with asking questions here is a lot of questions we have. But in the smaller group, I must say we will have at least a representative of the various areas in each group. So it will be easier for all your questions to be answered right from the beginning of the program till now. So we'll do the breakout session after lunch. There are 6 groups, and you're identified by the color of the band on your wrist. So if you don't have a band, we can pick one outside on your way out. But we have red, we have orange, we have sea blue, dark blue, you have mauve, and then you have the spectrum of possibilities. You have all. So for group 1 is green, 2 is red, 3 is light blue. We have violet for group 4, deep blue for 5, and 6 is orange. So if you look in the brochure, your color, group 1, you are green, 2, you are red, 3, light blue, 4, violet, 5, deep blue, then 6 is orange. We'll repeat it when we come back from lunch. So please enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you in the next 45 minutes. Thank you all very much.
While you are stepping out for lunch, the Kitty Dance Ensemble will play a little bit for us to refresh you. Please, the resource persons are here. It's not an opportunity for you to leave. Do ensure you come back, please, because we'll be all here waiting for you. Group 1, you are meeting a psychiatrist and a speech therapist, Tommy and Selassie. Group 2, you're meeting behavior analyst and an occupational therapist. So definitely Akosia will be there, and Tolu would also be there. And then group 3, they have the light blue, Peggy Asiedu, and then we have Joy. So please, once you grab something, ensure you come back. We'll be waiting. If you don't have a band, don't worry. Just come back, we'll allocate you from the table. We'll show you where to go. If you don't have the band, don't worry. It was finished at some point, but don't worry, we'll allocate you to where you need to go. It's been a wonderful afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're looking forward to a great time today and tomorrow till Saturday. So please do stay with us. Do ensure. We want to say a big thank you to GTBank. It's the 3rd annual Autism Workshop. Kindly call somebody at home that they need to come in and join us. Yes, be a voice for children and adults living with autism. So be a voice. Please, they all want to know when we come back, would we get the slides? Can the slides be available? Consultants, it will be available. So yes, you need to come back. The slides will be available. Come, let's negotiate. Not all the slides, some of the slides. So make sure you don't go. When you come back, we'll talk about the slides. Thank you.
Boss. T. 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 There's a neighbor one more. T. 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 Try T. By top. Sunny by down. Top education. No. T. T. None of yours. T. 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 Try T. 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 Try T. T. Okay. T. Try T. Hey. 1, T, 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 try, T, T, try, T, T, try, T, T, try, T, 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 try, T, T, T.
adult who is living with autism is presenting with. There are different interventions. For example, if a child or the young person is presenting with difficulties with communication, a professional like a speech therapist like Tommy will be required. If they are presenting with coordination problems or sensory integration difficulties, we have our occupational therapists that will be very useful or be called upon then. If they have behavioral problems, we can that requires them for us to design like a behavioral program for, we can ask one of our behavioral analysts, the ABA therapist, to come in and give us an understanding of the behavior and what needs to be done. So sometimes we can have an array of different therapists working with a child because of the difficulties a young person is presenting with. And also special education needs. Sometimes the young person might also present with learning difficulties like I explained in the morning, which includes dyslexia, dyspraxia, dyscalculia, nonverbal learning difficulties, auditory processing difficulties, visual processing difficulties. We will call on the special education people to come and do an assessment, or the educational psychologists to do an assessment. Also, clinical psychologists are also very important in that sometimes they help us to assess the child when they are presenting with anxiety also, or presenting with depression. They can also design a therapeutic program to address the needs of the child. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't think we've got time for any more questions from the crowd, but I don't know if our facilitators still have their microphones. Do they? No. Okay. Well, then we do. Some of yeah. Can we have some of the some of the facilitators? Is Joanne in the audience? Is Joanne here? No. Okay. Tolu, maybe you can come up, ROT from that group. Is there any other group facilitator downstairs here? Yeah, I can see. Okay. So maybe we'll share one, and thank you, Dr. Namani. Maybe you can share one of the most interesting question or topic of discussion in your group with the rest of them.
Thank you, everyone. We actually worked on the parameters to communication for these children with autism. And we have two case presentations, one presenting a sensory integration issue, and the other presenting nonverbal autism. Then we walk through the route of parameters of pointing, labeling, turn-taking, shared attention, joint attention. We became practical with it to enact a structured routine that parents can, use with their individual with autism. Thank you.
Okay, so in our group, we basically discussed on sensory integration, sensory processing disorders, and sensory integration, as well as how they're able to grow into adulthood, the area of independence and employment, yes. And so the most interesting of it was the sensory integration therapy, having parents understand how to pick some of these challenges and having tips on how to address the behaviors as required. And although we have a question on, more question on special education needs, so we're hoping that Joanne can help us to enlighten it all. Please. Okay, so there's been question on sensory education, advocacy, and
Okay. We had a lovely group discussion, right? Yeah. Absolutely. And amazingly, in our group, we had more educators. It was like it was a planned spread.
Yeah.
And I know one thing, major concern from the educators is how is it that they can support students with disabilities, autism in specific, in their classrooms? What are some of the frameworks? And how is it that inclusive education can be implemented, even though Ghana has a policy, but then the next step was implementation, And so we shared a framework with them, Universal Design of Learning, which which Rose shared this morning. We also shared with them different ways, made recommendations on how they can support their learners in the classroom. Do you want to add to it?
Oh, yeah, sure. So just briefly, I think that we also talked about some of the challenges, which is very contextual based. So it's more of like in our context. The fact that the policies are there, but then also some difficulties in terms of the implementation. But what we can do as individuals, rather than waiting, for example, for maybe the government to do something, then the other had to do with, learning to speak the language of the brain. So if we're teaching in a way the child doesn't understand, I think one of the most important things is we have to then ensure that we're getting them to learn, the way they can. So we teach them the way that they learn as much as possible. But I think just to sum it all up, what we can say is that every child can learn. And so we're looking at, the potential. And so we're looking at still possibilities, isn't it? Spectrum of possibilities that every child can learn. Thank you.
And that every learner has the right to thrive in the classroom space. But it boils down to us as educators thinking outside the box and also professionally developing ourselves. And this is a space that's an opportunity for all learners to have gotten professional development free from different people. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Well, I facilitated with one of my big boss here called Madam Belinda. Are you around? Okay, can you join me on the stage? We do it together, so I won't stand alone to give feedback. Well, we started our own group by looking at caregivers' perceptions. And we feel that there was a need to actually see how caregivers interpret the illness. That goes a long way to help us know exactly how they will handle the care. And in our group, we discovered that there are wonderful belief systems that our people have. One of them was that children with autism is from the water babies. They are referred to as water babies. And some also come up seeing them as abnormal children. And we have wonderful suggestions that came up. So we started by educating our people to understand the need, how powerful their perceptions goes a long way to determine the quality of care they give to the children. We moved there also to ask questions about what are the strengths they have observed and what are the weaknesses they've observed about the children. We are trying to draw their attention to the need for observations. And it was wonderful to understand that very few of our carers also were able to give us the precise figures in terms of behaviors of what they observed for. Yeah, what they want, the description was that they were wonderful, talented, but the specific strength were not so classically being identified, and we tried as much as possible to also narrow down the need for them to observe for the specific behavior. We move into engagement. How do they get to engage? What do they need to know? What do they need to know about the behaviors? How do they see the behaviors of their children? How do they understand when their children are calm? How do they understand when the children is warm and when the children is hot? And all this we did, and we give strategies and answered questions related to involvement of children. I will leave my co-facilitator to round it up.
Thank you, Doc. Again, some of the issues that were presented in our group was the eligibility criteria for admission for learners on autism spectrum disorders. And we said that in Ghana, every 4-year-old child must be given access to quality education. And now screening has been instituted with Ministry of Health Ghana Education Service. A child must go through the screening process, and then referrals are made if a child is suspected to be having any form of a special need, so that per the recommendations that will come from the therapist or whoever saw the child, that recommendations will be implemented in the classroom. And we advise parents that they should seek for support in their municipalities, districts, wherever they find themselves. We have district and municipal officers that represent the directorates at the headquarters. And if you don't have any knowledge at all, just walk into any directorate, you will be assisted. And now, because of inclusive education, every neighborhood school, provided your child is within the category of mild to moderate, the severe to profound cases, we advise that they go into the segregated setting until we see that, yes, that child can progress. Other than that, our doors are open, schools are open for every child, and the management strategies is not a straitjacket thing. Every child and the way we can manage them. So it depends on the teacher, the commitment level of that teacher. Together, we can kind of support a child on autism spectrum to also thrive. And being in the academic pathway that the child will go, or the vocational pathway, inclusive education is a sure way to go. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone. So I stood as a behavior analyst, and my sister here stood as a psychiatrist. So we started off by talking about, I started by talking about behavior analysis, and just to get my audience aware about what behavior analysis is. And then we had a situation that I had to intervene in, and I got questions, so many questions from that situation, and we were able to address it. And I feel like everybody went home, good, nice, thank you.
So we thank you all for your participation, your amazing questions, and your honesty and vulnerability in sharing your stories with us today. We really look forward to seeing you at the consultations from tomorrow onwards. Please, please, if you can, spread the word to those you know, those you work with, and maybe those who are also working in the same field as you or in the same situation as you. We'd love to see you all during the consultations. Thank you.
Thank you, all consultants and facilitators. Tonight I want to try something. If I say GTBank, what would you say? How would you respond? Okay, so whisper to the next person by your side so we say it louder. Those here, did you hear? Oh, I hope you don't have a question. No. So can I go again? GTBank. The autism. Wouldn't you rather bank with me? All right, so we're just rounding it up tonight. And so I'd want to bring in one person who started this morning with us, throwing in all the introductions. I'm sure she definitely would have a quick word for you as you go back home. Lady Agnes, it's your time. Come and give us that showdown. Oh, let's give her a round of applause. If you give her a round of applause, you've given it to...
It's been a good day, a very long one, but very impactful. And I knew today was going to be that, with all our specialists here. I'm told to speak one of our local languages so that some of my family and friends here will appreciate all that has happened today. Yo, Adiasa. I'm sure I'm asking those who understand what I'm saying to raise their hands. Not English, I mean. And he just say, and then they can be brave if we are not pana, be see and you may know. Yes, say, Uni pebia would you to me? When I be a wound in a one but I will be to me, I shed you to me and our buano. Now, you can't autism as some na, a ye near my baby. And Crawford does so Asia in Muasem. Say, and ne, ye bet me, I can say, way na way ye, and now way na wine ye, into now bano or autism, and I say, it's now bano won't mean ye say, into mean canning in our hat. It's answer you go so Asia. At the crop what ye to me the body, into me establish it, and into me in papa so. Name And near man kitten be etimi Emma Nebanasa. Na ye kase abofra bi e autistic and ase wo church near me bia obetimi ayesa ne kasa aka echire kakra. And an opani ye kasa kolabedi 3 years a day. Nanka wetimi ye no maybe 4 years utimi ye no maybe. Ebia no wantimi nye. Then abeya fa ho. Akra ye se wantena se, wo se wantena. Ohu reda no wo hwihwi. Wo so kanea na ne boafu. Udum kanea no wo tiatiem. Ni nyina ye wo mofra bi a ye hu saade ne wo mumu. Ene ye ka se eye niema bebre. Efe kra de twa to ne se. Akra bi oda sa nyoma yi so adi no. Ebi mo also kra so a na so nte asem. Ebi so ani hu ade. Eno ne ye ka se enye autism no nko a. Eniema bebre timi efrafra. Nti akra ba ko no. Or autism no sound what other things. Eno na brofu mo ye ka na comorbidities. So, yes, I got it right. Comorbidities. And near ma bata. And ya dear ba coupe. And yes, when one crabby I want na sontiasem, and I would me casa. Na sontiasem, and I want to mean casa na sotiasem. But there was a crady, want to mean casa and tessa. And I pay crack a cram is and they say, so one share a colana mana casa, a do baby or becasana and a crania. It's any one casacra. Nina and your ma and ne, yes, yeah, can't say. Having identified these challenges with the children, you will need to continue the therapy until you have what you're looking for. As a say, what coso? Edia kolano ko speech therapist no, baby, I was your casano. Fanoko baby, I yes, yes, and a bit mini for fratsna. A certain bia wokoye, kosi say. Ubenya die wo hwehwe no empaba menyai ebinya ne ntem ebiso eche kakra na emum ebebem ene yesu African Health Service and education for nyina mpanifo ho say there are so many measures in place niema bebre wo schools nim a wo de akwala no kɔ a obesua hwehwe school kro no na fa akwala no kɔ bia na nim say Canada so ebiso ane ye hu sente sa wa na bia wontu anamo no nti na ye hye won kran say hwehwe schools ya Madam Rose any other consultants ya ka kyerɛ no na fa abofra no kɔ ho no musum nhyase no munye akra no so ehu adwuma akola bia wo ho kwan so obesua de akra bia wo ho kwan so obetumpon akra bia betimi abobra ma na yeye na gyina me ne wo so sɛ ye bɛboa sa akra no ana sɛ nipa no na wetimi akonanim saying that what I'm advising and advocating that from tomorrow, if you didn't get the chance to meet any of the doctors, when you're quite and share doctor for any penny for ya and ne yamiadum or mabeka yehuya bra. One a wobano, one a wukunu and a woba, one o mame and a woba, one o house help and a woba. Be share doctor for penny for you 1-on-1. Wunye na minie. A hintasema went to me and Miss Sanawaha, bra baby sawo. Na omon churchro. Nebu and crofwing na ansana omako. If you watch na, ye best shall see non kuno 9 o'clock. Ne yaji with details singing na. I could see you mercy ya, ye bewo. Ye sanso wo no mo, ya wada, ye wo fiada. We are here from tomorrow through to Saturday. We encourage all of you to come. That which you couldn't discuss here, it's time for you to meet the consultants and the doctors one-on-one. This is very personal grounds. Now what you ya when ya de ope every program yase. Fabo franebra. We took kind crowd one casabra. Nebeshia ya doctor for and penny for no na omone wo eni enkomo Madam Asibibiri. On this note, with my singular honor and on behalf of my great MC and co-MC, the production crew, both online, offline, And most importantly, on behalf of the hosts, our Managing Director, Mr. Thomas John, and our mother company, our Chief Communications Officer, she's had to leave us now. She's going back to Lagos. We wish to thank you all. What can we say? Thank you so much. Our able consultants, our able doctors, we are so grateful. You are such great people. You have the hearts of people at heart. And we are always and will forever be grateful. To all of you who stay through to the end, thank you so much. We are happy you stayed through. We believe you've gotten as many as you intended to, and we hope to see you from tomorrow for the personal sessions. And we believe we'll bring this your way again. For our friends and families online, thank you for staying on throughout the period, and we hope to see you in person next year. Thank you very much. Do enjoy your evening.
Find a way to my heart, and I will always be with you from wherever you are. I'll be waiting. I'll keep.
Mepachoya no wahwe baby a wotena ene say weja bibi a yewodi a yefi ha ye ni ha say. So check your purse, your mobile phone, your car keys, because yapon Mr. Baby out tonight and share horse weja bibi a. Thank you all very much. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Ochina be shame.
If your footsteps get too faint to hear, I know.
Seth, I don't know the slides. Some requested for it. Is there a plan? Those who wrote their emails. Yes. So for those who requested for the slides, if you penned your email down, yes, we will send it to you via email. If you've not penned your email down, kindly go to the secretariat and put your email down. Write it in a way we can see. If you don't get it, then it means you did not write it well. But .com, you wrote something else. So please, ensure you write your email down. Once again, we want to say a big thank you to you. My name is Kweku Timin. It was a delight staying with you, and I look forward to seeing you in the coming future. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Medamase.